while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I thought.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Riga, Latvia 2024 ISU Junior Grand Prix event. I'm Ted Bart, your host with no voice or half a voice. Mark Hanratty, our final event of this day, the women's free program. Mark?
Yes, medals have been decided in the pairs event now to see who will take the medals and the points and the prize money in the women's free skate. Mao Shimada, the two-time and reigning junior world champion, leads the field. She'll be hoping to take the points to the final in Grenoble.
The women's free program final event of day 2 starts right now. Welcome back to Riga, Latvia. The second day of competition here as we do a flyover in the evening of the Volvo Sport Center. I'm your host, Ted Bart, along with Mark Hanratty. The women's free program coming up. It's going to be about 5 hours, I think, here, but it's going to be an exciting finish, that's for sure.
I actually think it's 6. So, it's 3:49
now,
and I think we finished 9:40.
As soon as 5 came out of my mouth, my brain went, you idiot, it's 6 hours, right? That's okay as we get started because it's going to be interesting all along the way as we will finish day number 2 with 2 medal presentations to be made at the end of the day. As we take a look at the officials for this event, we thank them for their time, for their expertise, for their commitment to the sport, and the technical panel here as well.
And when we reference the length of time of this women's event, it's important to acknowledge that the judges that give up their time are sitting, rinkside in a cold environment, having to stay focused. And sometimes it's easy for us to pick on the officials and the judges, but if we think about how many of those of us watching would sit rinkside in a very cold environment, having to stay focused with pressure and responsibility, it's not an easy task.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's the order for the free skate, that based upon the results. It's a reverse order of the results from yesterday's short program.
Yeah, and up next after the Junior Grand Prix, we will be moving on to the Senior Grand Prix event. We have 6 more stops on the Junior Grand Prix first, and we'll move on to Ostrava and Bangkok, and then Ankara, and then Gdansk and Ljubljana. You'll be there, and then to Weiji, China. So still, I'm talking about the end of it already. and we're, we still have 6 weeks to come, but there is the Senior Grand Prix as well. Lots of exciting things happening around the ISU, and we'll take a look in a second at the stops on the Senior Grand Prix. We'll see in just a moment. Here is the warm-up group for the first group, and the scores after the short program. So Allen, Texas is going to be the first stop. Let's take a look. There it is. And just a couple of different things there. Here's the road to the Grand Prix event. We'll start in Allen, Texas, move on to Skate Canada in Halifax, Grand Prix de France in Alger, NHK Trophy in Tokyo, Grand Prix in Helsinki, and the Cup of China in Chongqing, November 22nd to 24th, pardon me. And then, of course, the Junior and Senior Grand Prix final. That'll take place in Grenoble, France. That'll be exciting. December 5th to 8th, just before Christmas.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. And we were posed the question in the earlier events today as to our preference between commentary of Junior and Senior Grand Prix. and we've been debating it in our media room here, and there are vast differences. The skating obviously is, skating is skating, but such differences of which there are many.
I have my answer. I love watching the Senior Grand Prix. There's no question. Accomplished skaters and really terrific programs. But I love this more because we have the ability to have more conversation, to answer more questions, to have a wider range of development stages. So there's more to talk about to help educate audiences as to the challenges for these athletes and parents and coaches along the way. We have much more time to do that, and we don't commentate during the performance, which and I know we have to commentate during the performance in seniors. I find that very awkward. It's foreign to me. I don't like to do that. I'll do it if I have to, which I have to. But yeah, I prefer junior.
And it's an interesting one that it would be wonderful to even open the forum to ask those that are viewing the figure skating here as to their preference, because it's interesting. We talk in our campaign of Shaping Hearts about the online abuse, but sometimes I've been known to receive critique and criticism for when we do talk mid-performance, and that happens in the seniors, and then there are other occasions when it's asked as to why we don't reference enough. So it's difficult to make sure that we pacify
and
all the rules.
It is important for the fans to understand that on the Senior Grand Prix, because of television, we are required to at least, we don't have to talk too much, but we need to talk during the performance to help people who really don't understand much about the sport know what's coming up. A little bit of older style, if you will, but stream. So, bookends, if you will. And so, it's fine. We do both.
Yeah.
But I prefer the junior.
And I think, as I said, skating is skating, but with the Junior Grand Prix, there is no minimum technical element score necessary for participation. Mm-hmm. And so then, to some extent, the preparation, I know this from the judges' perspective as well, the preparation or even officiating a junior event can be much more challenging, because the judges need to be much more mindful of all of the rationale behind all of their scores. If you're judging a Senior Grand Prix, you're much more likely to be pushing plus grades of execution and high components, because mistakes aren't as readily made, whereas there's a chart, a reduction for errors chart that the judges have. They need to know all of those in this Junior Grand Prix, because at this stage of development there are a host of different mistakes. So that's an easy one to call. It's a -5. It falls a -5, but every other ramification of a mistake has different consequences for the judges.
Yeah, no question. And sometimes the timing of judging in the juniors takes a little bit longer because there's more errors, more under rotations, details like that. But I really do. I feel comfortable, probably because I've been doing it for so long. I didn't do senior before. I've just been doing seniors the last couple of years, and I really do enjoy that as well. But I like working with you. I'd rather work with you than by myself, and I'm sure people would as well.
Yeah. And we're fortunate that the ISU facilitates that. And in regards to the seniors, what I would say, whilst the senior events, there are vastly less skaters, 12 in the men's and women's, 10 in the ice dance, and just 8 in the pairs. So it's a much shorter event to cover. But then, we come up then amidst fan bases, and online there are some ardent, passionate supporters of certain skaters, and sometimes that comes with its challenges when you've got to critique somebody who fans online can see no wrong with.
Yeah, bodyguards.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. We start the women's free program. The final event on day 2 here. There will be a medal presentation for both the pairs and the women at the end of this 6-hour event. And here we go. Diana Kim, 15 years old, 37th after the short program. And she is coached by Vladimir Bittner. She's going to skate the free program first out.
The first competitor in the women's free skate at the Junior Grand Prix in Riga, Diana Kim from Kyrgyzstan.
And, you know, Mark, that actually was a very, very good program for Diana. That was clean. Now, this young skater that's the level, double jumps.
Yep.
So the goal is to get through that program with some, you know, more maturity and growth in the development work with the music, but also all the jumps, and she did that. I mean, it was good. That was good. And you can see her, she got a smile on her face. She's happy. And, you know, we've seen her before, and there was more challenges in those days, but this was a really solid program by Diana. And we see the double loop here, hands above the head, gets a nice clean landing. And double Lutz, Euler, double Salchow. Not a lot of speed, of course, and a little loose in the air, but these jumps, for the most part, were fully rotated and landed.
And as we see her step up into the double loop, there was a fall on the loops yesterday in the short program, so I'm sure Diana will be delighted to have had no falls today and getting through. And you can see, as we see just a look back at the performance, the air position not as precise
as efficient,
as we'll see from others yet to come.
But what was really cool, and you sort of, you know, not commented on it, but you smiled when she came off the ice. She had the big smile on her face hugging the coach, because that was a really solid performance. Congratulations, Diana. That was a big step forward and probably pretty fun to skate.
Yeah, and when she was doing it, the music title, it doesn't have the music exactly, but it says Bollywood Selection. There were nods to that within the choreography and the armography of what Diana delivered. Costumes amazing, and so I hope that there was a fun and enjoyment in the choreography process when considering what to do as part of the transitions. And of course, now it remains to be seen whether or not, as the season progresses, Diana elects to try and put the double axel in, and I'm sure they'll be working hard on that in practice and hopefully doing lots of off-ice rotational work to hone and refine that rotational position to speed it up as is necessary to add extra rotation to her jumps.
You can see a big smile on her face, and you know, that's again one of the things that I most enjoy. I mean, we're dealing with a skater that in many countries would be perhaps a novice or you know, just developing, but this young woman is here at the Junior Grand Prix and had her goal set and accomplished it. A clean skate.
Job done.
And the score is for Diana Kim, 42.51. First skater out in this event, with a total competition score of 61.36. Good job.
And so now to the Egyptian representative, Hannah Dabiz, who I think had a personal best in the short program, and we certainly thought she looked more assured than ever.
And I made a mistake yesterday. I said Hannah was the daughter of Heba, but it's not true.
Oh.
Anyways, I'll fill you in later after that. Let's take a look.
A fantastic layback spin to conclude the program for Hannah at the Bees. And although lots of jump mistakes towards the beginning of the program, what we see is the difference in the approach from Hannah. And despite those mistakes, she still was committed.
Yeah, it was interesting because, you know, a couple of years ago, those mistakes would have continued through the program, but she shut that down, and she never gave up in the performance. You know, the upper body choreography, the movement, and you can see the enjoyment in her face as well. Like, this is a different type of skater. Okay, still with doubles, that's fine, but a different type of program skater than the last few years before that. So, you know, unfortunately, some mistakes in the beginning of the program, but much better along the way. And just to correct that, Habagurgis, from who sort of operates the Egyptian Association, works for the ISU as well in the development in Middle East skating. I think I mentioned that Hannah was the daughter. That's not true. I made a mistake. I misspoke. I don't even remember half the time what I say because we're on for so long. But as we see Hannah here, nice double Salchow, and
one of the things this was lovely, the split jump.
Yeah, the split jump.
But also, Hannah has a very elegant arm alignment and fingertip alignment. She's really engaged right to the fingertips. And when we were looking at this, the choreo sequence, that one of the mandatory elements in the free skate for the women, as you said, like a completely different skater. And she works, or has certainly worked with Marina Zoeva and the likes of Leyli Akhundova, ice dance aficionados as well, and you can see that influence.
You can see that influence, totally, yeah.
And what, you know, perfectly centered, beautiful position within the closing layback. And that the element with the highest grade of execution of the 11 different elements for Hannah in this program. And they're the team leader, an Italian coach, team leader for Hannah here. And great to see her looking so joyful in the kiss and cry, proudly representing Egypt here again on the Junior Grand Prix.
Well, 40.72. Currently into first place. Smile on her face, enjoying to skate.
Love it.
Yeah, it's nice. I think in the beginning she felt responsible being the first Egyptian skater, but now she's skating for herself, and this is really nice, as well as Egypt, of course.
And now to the third competitor, 16-year-old Samantha Mascarinas. And she will skate to the wonderful music by Ennio Morricone, Cinema Paradiso. Samantha Mascarinas from the Philippines opened with a really solid double axel double toe, which was from redemption from the fall in the double axel in the short program. She struggled in the short with both the triple salto and the double axel. Unfortunately, the salto her in her free skate here in Riga.
Yeah, Mark, I found it quite elegant with the arms throughout the program. You know, I mean, it's a softer music selection, of course, but she interpreted it really nicely.
And such a stark contrast to the short program, demonstrating her ability to express in different ways as we see that double axel, double toe.
Here's a look at the triple salto attempt. She's off lean outside the circle, right off the top in the takeoff, and resulted in the fall. There's the double flip, Euler, patience, double salto, gets that done. Want to carry more speed and flow throughout that sequence, of course. Here's the double flip, good speed going in, good speed on the landing, nice extension, some nice quality on that double flip. As we take a look at triple salto a little bit later, one of the hardest falls to take is if you don't get all the way around, you only get 2.5 times, you go off the heel of the blade. That's a hard fall to take.
Horrible.
If you're forward and you hit your toe picks, yes, you may still fall, but the toe picks slow it down.
And I actually thought, watching Samantha, the technique of the flip and the loops looked really solid, and I imagine that will be the next port of call for Samantha in regards to the next triple jump. And she would not include triple salto as we see this sit forward. The feature to the difficult position. She wouldn't include triple salto if she couldn't do it. I can see that she can do it just snatched here. I suspect triple flip would be the next most comfortable triple for Samantha.
And for those fans out there listening, when my colleague here says point of call, it doesn't mean a cruise. It means
port of call, yeah.
It's hilarious. That's good. No, but it actually works quite well there when you say the next port of call, the next stage of improvement, the next stage of work. But that was, if it is English, but I love that. No, it's having fun here.
And we're referencing what the skaters may or may not do. Of course, all of these athletes will be working on the harder jumping passes. The evolution of all the skaters is to tackle the next jump with a higher base value, and so that's a continual and constant. And of course, Samantha will know. She's including the salto here. She's going to want to return with
You
more.
said this yesterday, and it's so true. If these skaters, a skater like Samantha or Hannah, were skating at a rink that had a lot of the top skaters, they would just see it and start to do it better. Anyways, 47.56. That is first in the free program with a 75.20 for Samantha. And that'll put her, at least for the moment, into first place.
Next to skate, representing Iceland, Saedis Gudmundsdottir.
And now to the representative from Iceland. You can check out those blade science blades now. I mentioned it yesterday. Unique and different blade for Saedis Gudmundsdottir. Saedis Gudmundsdottir from Iceland, and she had an under-rotated double axel with a fall on the short program, and it's looking like it's going to miss. It's currently being reviewed, the double axels, as to whether or not they were fully rotated, but certainly both landed.
Well, 3/4 of this program was very solid for this young woman, and some really nice arm movements and some nice choreography and some innovative little hops and jumps.
Yeah, and I was conscious of that in the short program as well. Some difficult transitional material. There's a good left back outside spiral. Yesterday it was a Charlotte spiral into the double lutz today, which is even more difficult and complex. So not choosing the easiest of transitions for Saedis Heba.
But what she did well. Here's the double axel all the way.
Yeah. Oh no, it's going to end as an under again.
Really? Yeah, you're right.
So then 80% of the value. However, that windmill feature really impressively done. And there, again, the arm movement work that you mentioned, Ted. Some contemporary dance style. And their continuation of the theme. And for the choreo sequence as that was, the bullet points for positive choreo sequence are element matching lag for Iceland, and hopefully then any of the experiences that she has learned from being in Riga and Latvia she can take back to the rink to inspire others, because ultimately Saedis Heba wants others to motivate her as her coach encourages her to shape heart for her Shape Hearts campaign. It's working, that.
Yeah, it is. You're counting
Well
everyone,
done,
aren't you?
Yui.
The scores,
Well, the free program score is 57.67. That is first in the free so far. And the total competition score, 86.08, as Saedis takes over the lead, at least at this stage of the competition. Nice job.
Next stage, representing Thailand, Kidakarn Thamsirianunt.
And now to the 17-year-old born in Bangkok, Kidakarn Thamsirianunt. 33rd after the short program. And she will open with the double axel and then intends 2 triple jumps, 3 triple jumps in her free skate. Kidakarn Thamsirianunt from Thailand, and of course that's got to be bitterly disappointing and indeed frustrating, but as we have said so many times, these are growth opportunities. And interesting to see online from Nakhon Ratchasima Sports is congratulations from the AR 2025 figure skating client to Grace Kidakarn, and acknowledging that Grace is balancing her academics and her sporting passion, competing whilst also working towards her A-levels and AS level exams. And so there's a pride from those at home for her. They will be sad for her on this occasion, but the way in which she comes back from this is important.
No, and she never really gave up throughout this program. It was frustrating, and when this is frustrating for skaters who can do all these elements. You make one or two mistakes in a program, that can be to some degree expected, but when you make that many mistakes, you just lose control, and that's very frustrating trying to find it in the middle of a program. And it was a challenging skate, to say the least. And much better skater than what we saw. Yes, and from my recollection of the other skaters from Thailand represented last year, there were many others of a sort of similar technical element score standpoint. So working on triples, putting in a couple of different triples, not necessarily working on triple flip and triple loose, but that's the place where they are. No need to hang your head low. Don't worry. We have quite literally all been there. In fact, I'm sure everybody that we're commenting on has never. My whole career was being there. Don't worry about it. You know, absolutely. And that's, everything about this Shaping Hearts campaign is recognizing a respect for the skater, because any, armchair spectator can see the performance and see the mistakes, but very few people will comprehend, appreciate, respect, and realize all the work, even with the mistakes, all the work that's gone towards this point. Unless you've been at center ice with all eyes on you, and that's literally hundreds of thousands of people worldwide that watch the Junior Grand Prix, but, unless you've been there to understand, you're alone. You're out there alone. You have to have admiration for these skaters, no matter whether it's doubles or triples or quads. What they do is simply very difficult, very revealing. 40.08, that's fifth in the free program. Total competition score of 70.63, and that will put Kidakarn currently into third place. Trying to process all of this in such a short period of time on camera, not easy as well. How polite to be applauding those coming on ice. Total respect for the human we have just seen, Kidakarn. As we look now to the next group of 5, so this seeded draw, the maximum number of skaters allowed to take to the ice at any one time in a singles competition is 6. But based on the 37 entrants, we'll have warm-up groups comprising of 5 skaters to start, and that will open from Mexico. Okay, go to your question list here, Mark. It looks pretty small. We only have 3 in there. We need to cajole the spectators into posing more questions. We still got a lot of ice resurfacing to cover. Go ahead. One from Une Petite Patineuse. A really interesting question. Do you think contemporary skating should be more known in the skating world? Now, some of you may be familiar with the work of Le Patin Libre. It's a contemporary skating group that have created some really interesting and evocative and different pieces of skating, not constrained by the requirements of the competitive arena, and it's some quite fascinating stuff. Le Patin Libre, you can check it out on YouTube. Look, I don't think that we've even scratched the surface of what we could do with the sport. I mean, we are covering the sport as adapted or as adjusted after 2002, but there are so many other options here, and federations do that. Whether it is, showcase, or whether it, there are federations. Now, would you do an international thing? Well, the ICU, that's a lot harder to manage. There's no question of that. But could you? Absolutely. But the federations, quite often, not all federations, but some of the big federations do it. Well, it's interesting. We've seen the rhythm dance today, and I was referencing I think it's ballet on ice, or perhaps ice theatre, but in France they have a series of events a little akin to synchronized skating, because a group of skaters, ballet on ice, it might be theatre on ice, I apologize for not remembering the exact term, but it's a different vein of
our sport. And I think the challenge is we see the triple flip double toe from the Latvian competitor on the ice now. The challenge is quantifying something to give it a streamlined route for viewership.
Mm-hmm.
And as much potential as there is for artistry, movement, creativity in our sport, there has to be some sort of unifying formula to attract more numbers.
It's true. It's true. It's confusing. Not confusing. Sorry. It's complicated. And but is it possible? Absolutely. Okay. What else you got?
That is the extent of the questions.
So that's why you're dragging the answer on. I see. Covering up more time. I get it. I get it. Okay.
But interesting, as we watch this warm-up group, we're starting to see more triple jumps, and obviously the standard evolves. But what this competitive arena does allow us to witness are very different characters. And whilst contemporary skating, when done well by the likes of Le Patin Libre, is quite phenomenal, it's not something for all. Contemporary skating requires a certain type of character. Our sport can attract those that are technically driven, very left brain, logic minded, who enjoy the technical aspect of our sport, the points scoring, whilst equally it can attract the likes of the right brain creatives that enjoy the tapping into the program component scores and the presentation and composition.
Yeah, and as there is different skaters and different people that compete, there are different viewers that have different opinions, right?
Yeah.
So there are lots of options here. It just depends on, because the world has changed, our sport has changed, sport in the world has changed, and so maybe a fresher, a new look. And years back, they did a study within the ISU to see if an element could be extreme skating. Extreme ice. And that extreme ice would sort of merge, if you will, a number of aspects around the disciplines, you know, and it was very cool. I was sort of involved in that just to research and find out what could be done, and a lot more could be done. The difficulty is that whenever you give birth to something that's new, it requires a lot of thought and then a lot of education and a lot of application. In the meantime, you've already have this huge schedule of ISU events. So it's easy to talk about, and it's difficult to implement. Yeah,
and it's interesting when you consider something like that about how public reaction would be if you think about the inclusion of breakdancing or dance in the Paris Summer Olympic Games. That attracted a whole lot of controversy and attention and speculation, because when anything is new, it incites reaction, and it's not always favourably received.
Not always, mostly not, until people say, "Yeah, I kind of get it."
But how interesting though that in a discipline like that, obviously there was the Australian dancer that courted so much attention. You think of other disciplines where there are varying extremes. Like I think of Eddie the Eagle. There was a blockbuster film about somebody who was not successful at their discipline, but
yeah, that was a great story. 1988 Olympic Games. Eddie the Eagle comes from Great Britain. Never ski jumped before, and there was a question whether they would allow him in the games, and they did. And then they made a movie.
Yeah, and he did dancing on ice. He was a celebrity. Really? Just last season, he was a celebrity skater.
How did he do?
He actually had very good edges, somewhat unsurprisingly.
So, but how did he do in the end?
I think he was out about halfway through.
Oh, okay. So
I beat him.
I'd like to ask him, was ski jumping or figure skating more difficult?
Yeah. We have some more questions, but I think we've come to the end of this warm-up, so we will extend those over to the next warm-up as we anticipate the next group of 5 competitors in the Volvo Arena at the first Junior Grand Prix of this 2024 season. And that the action there, as we see Cayetana Gonzalez, that prep for jumping passes we see so often.
Exactly. Just a reminder to the folks as well, we will be having guest commentators throughout this series. Next week will be Jason Brown joining us for the men's. Go ahead, Mark.
And as we look now to Cayetana, you can enjoy this performance to No Woman, No Cry and Never Forget. 17-year-old Cayetana Gonzalez started so brilliantly and then struggled somewhat throughout. However, I think when we talk about the messages that we are so passionate about with regards to the Junior Grand Prix, one of Cayetana's Instagram posts has the quote that everyone should be proud of who they are on the ice, and I think that despite the mistakes, Cayetana should be proud. There's so much quality in some of the movement, and that sit behind feature on the combo spin is so brilliantly done.
Really, there is a lot of fine qualities in this young woman's skating. There's no question. There's the triple toe loop off the top, great extension, pointed toes, triple salchow, has to do a 3-turn out into a double toe loop, but quick thinking, keeps the free foot off the ice, and some good momentum to speed up into the second triple salchow, step out of that. The technique is good, tight in the air, fast rotation, that's not a problem at all. Just the stopping the rotation and punching that free leg back to stabilize the landing. The double axel near the end of the program, but there were a number of other errors.
And I think, sometimes we see a skater maybe with just two different types of triple that can push up to need 100 points when they free skate, but it has to have then a clean skate, and has to then consequently that facilitates the judges giving higher program component scores as well. But I have to acknowledge the commitment that Cayetana is making to her career. The Instagram post showcased that she's worked with not just her great coaches that are here with her now, but she's done skate camps with Alexei Mishin, she's worked with Javier Fernandez, she's been at the Peak Ice Camp. Her family and she too are committed to the education of her figure skating, and it's that pursuit of greatness that is taking her around the world, educating herself to become back better.
You can see the basics are there. There's no question. This is just as, the mistake is not the approach. The mistake is a small mistake in the program. But the skating quality is pretty good. Posture is awesome. Extensions are wonderful. Jump technique is solid. So it's all there. It just needs a lot more time.
And again, for us, with all our multiple events that we have seen, I'm seeing program component scores for Cayetana going in the 4s, but I think it's like I've said already once today, when the skater goes clean, and I could quite easily conceive Cayetana having 5s in the components, because I think she definitely has that level of quality, at least, as she encourages her coaches to come closer for a photo.
You can see, at least I read on her face, okay, I want a lot more because I think I'm a lot better than that.
And also, with the camps that she's done and perhaps the training that she has, as she's shaping her heart, then she will have been exposed to the kind of quality of skater that we're seeing here in this event. So she's going to be very acutely mindful of what is likely to take place as the event continues.
Yeah.
But you can't change overnight. We're talking about the experience of a Junior Grand Prix. It's been here for a few days. It's not going to change it.
Being young, you want everything right at once.
Yeah.
63.44 for the free program for Cayetana. That is first with a 94.19 total competition score, and that'll put Cayetana currently into first place. Many more skaters yet to come. We saw some nice qualities. Work still to be done. Hold the coaches back.
And now to Anastasiia Vasylchenko, a skater who struggled through the short program. There could be a multitude of reasons for that, but certainly we're wishing her every success and happiness over the next 3.5 minutes. 16-year-old from Odessa, Anastasiia Vasylchenko, and it was a bit of a nightmare performance for this young 16-year-old. And again, those that skate and those that have been a 16-year-old jumping triples will know that these moments come and pass. It's a bit like, what was it Simone Biles said, I can't remember the terminology that she used when you disconnect from tumbling and you have the...
Oh, it's, what's that called?
Twirly whirlies or something.
Yeah.
But the same kind of feeling can so often happen for the figure skater where you completely lose your sense of awareness.
Here's the lesson to be learned in a performance like this, and for young skaters watching. No matter what, you don't give up. You keep going. And she didn't give up. She kept trying to do the triples and the double axels and all that. And there were some successes and there were a number of failures as well. But she didn't give up. That is a skill that you can't, it's inbred in the person.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to back down. I'm not taking the easy route.
Yeah.
Right? And she didn't take the easy route. She kept going. This is a lesson. She doesn't understand the value of what she just did, because that'll pay down the road.
And 3 years of this.
Interesting. Yeah, well said. Well said.
3 years of this, and I've seen other skaters who have had similar types of performance then be very apathetic in their movement. Like you say, Anastasia did not do that. And I really respect that. I admire that. And I think, if I'm a coach looking at Anastasia, I recognize this is an athlete with lots of potential and a good, solid, good enough technique to continue successfully into the senior ranks. It's just some...
I love what's on her face right now. She's... I don't know if it's mad or disappointed, but she wants more. And as long as you want more, and as long as you're prepared to go back and do the work to get, you're going to get more, right? So this young woman is just a little frustrated, but she turns jumps. The takeoffs aren't bad. It's all fine. It's just mileage.
And when she went into one of the later double axels, I think, and she took a fall, I've been there. I've been going into a jump, stepping up into a jump, thinking I have no concept of how I'm going to come out of this. Many of us have empathy for how you feel today, Anastasia.
49.80 free program score, that's third, and an 81.07 overall competition score that will put her, at least for the moment, into third place. Don't give up. Much brighter days ahead.
Next to stage, representing Chinese Taipei, Ting-Yun Cheng.
And now to 14-year-old Ting-Yun Cheng, coached by Paul Parkinson and Andrew Evans. 14-year-old Ting-Yun Cheng. Fun music to the artist. Haven't heard it as much of late. Such a great vehicle with so much
energy
and light and shade throughout it.
Nice and light.
And for Ting-Yun, she's recently just her training base, her coaches had just moved 2 weeks ago to the Ford Performance Center where the Maple Leafs practice.
Oh, wow, that's
cool,
nice. Maple Leafs being a hockey team.
Yeah, even I knew that.
Okay, here's the triple Salchow. You'll see the under rotations on the landings. The wrap free leg is slowing the rotation down, but the basic technique of the takeoffs is good. It's just when you are not sleek and strong. I took this as a replay because look how well centered it is and the good speed.
Yeah, really good speed as we see another triple Salchow and that hook of the free leg just disguising some of the lack of rotation.
It slows it down, and that free leg takes too long to get out, and you don't get all the way around. So, but that's something they're working on for sure. It'll come in time. Get those ankles together, keep them tight.
A great coaching staff of Paul Parkinson and Andrew Evans, and it's interesting.
Yeah, they
kudos.
have a good school. They really do. Yeah.
Yeah, and kudos to the coaches. We saw them doing the admin earlier on, and that just says to me about the coaches have made such commitment to traveling year to Europe to support their students. And there's so much work that they have to do, so much work that they're away from whilst making this support for the athlete.
And there's two sides to that. The coaches love to do that. They want to have their international. But on the other hand, because they make their living at doing this, they lose when they go away because you're with one athlete. It's not the same thing as being at home and teaching a bunch of skaters. So, okay, he can work on that. He needs a better yard. But no, it's tough. But it's one of the reasons that you coach at this level. You want to have international athletes. You want to bring them up and see how well they can do and how well you can do as well as a coach.
The blessing and a curse of being a successful coach, and the excitement of traveling the globe and supporting your students to hopefully elite success, but equally then it does take them away from their business, and we can't thank them really enough for that, and often the families as well.
And the problem is that the business model for a coach is not a great business model.
No.
Because, it's not stable. You don't have all the health benefits. You don't have, your salaries can change from day to day depending whether athletes come or go, and they retire. So it is a difficult business to be in. But these coaches are here because they love the sport and they're passionate about their athletes.
For a coach, it would make more sense to teach beginners and keep it recreational because that's more consistent business. But
that's the problem in our country. Most coaches, 98% of the coaches, that's what they do. Very few coaches actually want to coach competitive skating now because you lose money. It's hard work because the student that's the easy part.
Yeah.
It's working with the parents, the administration of the school, all those other things, right? So it's great to have a big membership in our country, which we do, but it's tough getting people to want to follow this path.
Yep. So we thank them all.
52.90. That is third of the free program with a total competition score of, there it is, 84.22, and that'll put Ting-Yun Cheng currently into third place.
Next to stage, representing Azerbaijan, Leyli Akhundova.
And now to the penultimate skater in this second group, just 14 years old, Leyli Akhundova. So some good triple jumps in the warm-up, really tight, efficient rotational position. And you can just see her walking through the pull-through. Let's hope it's successful under the pressure of the performance. What a shame about the fall at the end of the change foot combo spin for Leyli Akhundova, because it had progressed so much throughout the program and it was very obvious indication as to where this skater is at, because the multiple rotation jumps, the more difficult, more challenging elements just struggled to have the checkout that you so often reference, Ted. You could see with the flips and the lutz as the doubles, later on the good technique and the quality and the comfort that she's yet to secure and amass in the triples. But also with this athlete, there was even the music, the choice of music, Sans Toi and Ceux qui revont, it was an interesting choice, and there was even the costume as well. There's obvious comprehension and consideration behind the theme.
She has charm. She's a charming skater, no question. You can see nice and tight in the air, good technique on the takeoff. Here's the traveling 3 turns up into the triple loop and has to do a 3 turn out. It's all there, and it's just stopping the rotation just a little bit earlier.
And I took this, the choreo sequence, each of the choreo sequences needs 2 skating movements within it. That the left forward outside spiral, that her choice of choreographic skating movements, and then a right back outside spiral. And even within this and throughout it, there was a reference back to the judges regularly and repeatedly, thus her awareness of the need to present herself for the component there. It's a shame trying to do the difficult feature and
just too far back in the heel.
Yeah, legs done by that point. And again, that's something that we can see, we can recognize, but a few people have felt the lactic burn in the thighs at that point at the end of a program, but it's no fun.
What a charmer. Even with the fall, even with the disappointment, she still has kind of a presence. Yeah.
And it was the conversation yesterday for me about born in Japan, hometown Berlin, representing Azerbaijan, practices in Italy, the French music. What a multicultural
no kidding.
young skater.
And you said just 14, right?
Yeah, 14.
Oh, wow. Yeah, bright future. 61.56. That'll be second in the free program with a total competition score of 93.22. That'll put Leyli currently into second place. Nice qualities. Work still to be done.
Next to skate, representing Latvia, Natasha Jermolicka.
And now to the final skater in this group. You can hear and sense the excitement of the locals here representing the skater from Latvia, Natasa Jermolicka.
Just 13.
Just 13 years of age, Natasa Jermolicka, she fell on both of the triples in the short program, managed to stand up on 4 triples today, so hopefully this...
She has some really lovely qualities in skating, she really does. She just needs to work on the arms and the hands because they're quite hanging there, but the rest of her posture is very nice, covers the ice lovely, and good jump technique. It's not all there yet, as we talk about quite often in the juniors. The jump leading the ice is good. The rotation in the air is good. Stopping that, getting the free leg back there so that you stabilize the landing right away, that's the last and final stage that you need to be consistent with the jumps. As we take a look at some of the elements, she has a presence.
Yes, and some forward loop turns to start as she goes in for the most difficult triple for her, the triple loops, but unfortunately not successful there. But that's what made this more impressive, that she rallied back.
And that triple flip was under-rotated. Most of the triple jumps were under-rotated. But once again, that is a stage of development. It's getting the basic concept and technique mechanics of the jump, and sometimes you're just not quick enough, so you'd under-rotate it, but you're still getting most of the success.
And, you know, when we think of Natasa at 13 years of age, her coaches managed to get her to jump, rotate, triple jumps. It's such a early maturation.
It is, and you need that if you're going to. I mean, not for everyone. You know, some people can learn it a little bit later, but you're better to learn and not fear multi-rotational jumps later in life if you have to start it. So if you can get that feeling early enough, it's going to help. That's a big bear.
That's it. Bigger than Natasa. That's
absolutely.
And the challenge for the coaches, you know, these coaches will have spent their lives training themselves, and now their next stage of their life training others. They'll know, of course, because the system gives the feedback, they'll know that Natasa needs to work on her skating skills. Yeah. But it's a division of time, and we don't know how much time the athlete and the coach has.
Yeah, it's time on the ice, and it's also expense.
Yes.
You know, I mean, there are not everybody is equal in that area. So,
and arguably, and it is a big debate as to what should be prioritized. You know, for many an athlete, if they don't have the comfort and confidence to jump the higher technical value jumps early on, they might never get it.
The one thing, and this is what the Japanese do, they teach always the basics with speed. If you don't fear speed, speed is energy, and if you can learn how to be comfortable with that energy and convert that energy into a jump or into a spin, whatever it is, then that speed will always be there. But when you start slow because you fear speed and you fear the jump, okay, you can still learn the jump slowly, but will you ever add the speed? Well, some can later, but it's not. It's a little bit harder.
Newton's laws of physics.
If that starts early enough, they go, yeah, okay, I'll launch myself. I'll use the speed. It's good. Let's take a look at the free program scores. 63.22 for Natasha. That is second in the free program. Total competition score of 95.34. And that'll put her, at least for the moment, after group number 2, into first place. Okay, you've got a list of the videos all ready to go.
So during this ice resurface, we'll be treated to the mic'd up series again. And this one, the first one, with Ekaterine Iazadzhi, who was coach last year on the Junior Grand Prix, followed by the closing video created to celebrate all that took place in last year's Junior Grand Prix series in 2023. And then the final video during this ice resurface, some of the backstage fun from the Junior Grand Prix in Budapest, Hungary.
Enjoy. We'll be back.
Oddio, speriamo che oggi sorride. Mi ha abbinato, guarda. Sembra mio figlio. Ricordati di aprire sia la gamba che le braccia contemporaneamente. Molto meglio. Tanto, la prima. Lo fai subito e via. Forse è meglio così, meno sofferenza.
No, sto bene. È un filante che ti vedo bene.
Quanto hai aspettato per questo papel?
tutta l'estate. Un anno, anche di più.
E sei finalmente qui?
Tirerò fuori tutto il mio sangue latino che so dentro.
Mi piace questo.
Io tiro fuori il mio sangue classico. Keep calm.
And figure skate. Sei qui finalmente, tesoro, vai tranquilla. Fai quello che riesci, ok? Divertiti. Ce la puoi fare, ce la puoi fare. Vai.
Look at that care. That you can just sense that care and compassion.
Very interesting.
Dai, avanti! Sai che non ti ho mai visto sorridere tanto in gara?
Poi siamo partiti totalmente dimenticata.
No, sei partita bellissima, convinta?
No, non hai fatto neanche.
Uno solo?
No, due.
Pensa a quello che devi fare, non a quello che non devi fare. Credi in te stesso. E
Come mai?
rimane così oggi? Oggi non sorride. Questo è buono.
Sì.
Adesso immagina se facevi anche la combinazione. Dove andavi?
Dai.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Yerevan, Armenia, the final day here on the ISU Junior Grand Prix 2023. I've been your host. Been my pleasure, Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Now, Mark, you are graduating from your sophomore year into your junior year next season. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts over the past 2 years.
It's hard to encapsulate all the thoughts and feelings that the emotional roller coaster of the Junior Grand Prix offers. One of the main things that I'm just so amazed about is how this operation just goes from week to week, and this time we've obviously traveled further and further afield, and yet it's run just so incredibly well by all those that organize these amazing events.
Yeah, it's incredible. We do want to thank a whole mess of people. We'll do that at the end of this video. You know, any special moments for you over those 7 weeks? Any special performances?
In terms of performances, for me, the ones that will always stick in my memory are those that touch me from an emotional perspective. But if you ask me to think of something immediately now, it would be the reaction yesterday of Sherry Zhang from the United States of America in achieving her score and her reaction to that. And there's nothing more wonderful than to see a young athlete that's worked so incredibly hard see the results and the fruits of that hard work, and that just warms my heart, and I'll remember that for a long time.
Well, one of the things that both Mark and I have talked about a lot on the Junior Grand Prix, on air and off air, is the feeling of responsibility to help these young people. Most of these are not going to be in the Junior Grand Prix final or at the Junior World Championship, maybe some of them. But this is a part of their journey in life, and we hope that this has been a positive one. We hope we've been part of that, and certainly the ISU has provided that platform to allow for some great moments in their lives, even in the bad days, because they're getting such great support to get through it all.
Yeah, and of course we do reference so often the Grand Prix final, and there are 6 spots in each of the disciplines, coveted spots that we talk about all the time. But I think we both passionately feel that whether or not the skaters achieve that Grand Prix final slot or not, participation in this event and all the work that is necessary to get to this stage will serve them in life, and that is beyond valuable to these humans.
One of my great memories was the bus trip in Gdansk, where we're speaking to that young man from Mexico in a small town, a high intellect, high achiever, no question. And we asked him about skating and why did he love skating so much, and he said, because it's so darn hard. I can calculate numbers, I can figure things out, but in skating you cannot. It's not about pure science. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's what bonds us all and unites us all. So you have talked about all the number of people involved. We've seen over 1,400 performances over the last 7 weeks, and we're all united and bonded by our love for the sport.
Now let's talk a little bit about social media, so important in the world right now, but particularly the sport. Now the ISU is an award-winning social media team for winter sports, awesome, and we've had a great social media team here this season. Now the Mic'd Up series, that's been a lot of fun.
Just such fun and such a great insight into what happens for the coaches, and I think that's them behaving on their absolute best. We're just getting a snippet into an insight of the emotions that the coaches feel when being responsible for these young humans going onto the ice.
Yeah, and their sense of humor as well, working with the young kids. That's been great. Also, A Day in the Life of, which was kind of awkward for us, Mr. Kiltman, but that's a lot of fun.
Oh, brilliant. And again, we've spent so many years in skating being so regimented in our pursuit of competitive success. The social media team gives us an insight into the fun that is skating, and it was good fun.
And the backstage, of course, all the special moments and reactions of the athletes, of course, and the highlight package as well. A lot of work goes into that social media team. They're working late at night, they're working overnight, and they did a great job, and we're very proud of them and the ISU for being an award-winning team as well. We want to take a few moments to thank all the people, the federations who have hosted these competitions, all the volunteers, of course, and their staff members. It's incredible. We started in Bangkok, we end in Yarvin, around the world. It's just incredible. All the coaches, the skaters, and particularly the parents. We know how hard it is to watch your kids so far away.
Yeah, the emotions that must go behind watching your family members must be incomprehensible, and we are not ignorant to what you're going through, and we thank you.
Absolutely. Our friends and colleagues, the Swiss Timing, of course, Wieland and his crew, the managers of the ISU Junior Grand Prix on site as well. And of course, let's not forget about the officials. The officials who give up time, leave their families, leave their work to come here and officiate a sport as a volunteer that they love so much. For all of us here at the ISU and our broadcast team, I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. Thank you for watching. Make sure you join us for the Junior Grand Prix final in Beijing in early December. Goodbye, everyone.
I like chocolate and I like wafers. It's good.
To my room because I need to eat.
We will be just happy.
The following skaters may now take place for a 6-minute warm-up. From Denmark, Selma Siri Larsen. From Australia, Andrea Guo. From Latvia, Miriama Sosina. From Norway.
Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, Latvia. Day 2 of competition, the women's free program. Mark is feverishly going through his questions. Okay, here
Thank
we are.
you to those sending in questions.
Whenever you do
actually,
that, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, I'll go with the, I think, simpler question.
Okay, good.
What is your favorite female free program of all time?
Oh, wow. Jeez, you have to make me think here. Favorite female program? I have to say, I said this the other day. I guess one of the programs that hit me the most about the, women's skating was always beautiful, but it was less dynamic than we've seen.
Yep.
And so when Tukta Masheva was in France, World Championships, and she did Pirates of the Caribbean, and she did it so well.
Yeah.
She was the girl on the ship.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It was amazing, and I thought, wow, there's so much more that can be done here. So I think that's one of the programs that was my favorite. I don't even remember. I think she skated clean. I think she actually won. That was her one world title then, and it was because she showed that women's skating can be more than the delicate
conventional.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that was the one that hit me the most. I mean, I've seen obviously beautiful performances, fabulous and entertaining performances, and I just can't think of them at the moment. So how about you?
So there are two that spring, and it's, I mean, as you say, there are so many, and I'm sure if I was to think about it for longer, I'd come up with a host of different ones. But the first that spring to mind are from the era of time when I was a free skater and studying those, best in the world. And I really remember and enjoyed the Taj Mahal by Michelle Kwan, 1997 Worlds.
That was good, yeah.
That was a good. And then weirdly, even though I wasn't necessarily a humongous fan of the skater, I remember the excitement of Sarah Hughes winning in Salt Lake City and a performance that was, the absolute epitome of delivering at prime time with all the pressure and expectation.
That was when all the stars aligned.
Yeah.
For that skater.
Yeah.
They all came together at that moment and created magic.
And I can see in my mind's eye.
Elizabeth Manley, same thing in 1988.
Oh, really? Yeah.
The stars aligned, and she had challenges along the way, but at the Olympic Games, full building in the home country, it all came together at that one moment. It was brilliant.
And I suppose when you reference that Elizabeth Manley, that was in Calgary in front of a home crowd, Sarah Hughes, Salt Lake City,
exactly.
in front of a home crowd. And I think, so those are very special moments. That's why, it's exciting when you get to World Championships and you've got a front runner who comes from the host nation.
Yep. Okay, what's next?
How can judging be standardized across countries? So
I'm not sure what that means. I mean, I understand what they're getting at. Standardized means that making sure that a skater's score at home would be, given the same performance internationally, would be the same score. But can you answer that?
It goes on. It's from Hollis Mireia, album 3 on Instagram. There's a hyphen and then it says stop bad PCS scores. I think this might be alluding to the fact that there may be a sense of bias towards stronger skating nations in regards to the program component scores. And this is, so I will talk of honest personal experience. I remember there were times and occasions, and I'm not alone in thinking this, where you'd assume, that judge doesn't like me, or I am deserving of more. I have experienced that, and I'm sure many a skater and many a skating parent has thought this for their charge. What I ultimately have come to realize is that the cream always rises to the top, and we've seen now, seeing a surgence in Swiss single skating, a relatively smaller skating nation, or Belgian, the Belgian nation with Luna Hendricks, and that's risen to the top. Ultimately, quality always does come to the top, irrespective of the flag that they are representing, and so that would be the thing that I, as a coach, and I, as a commentator, would encourage the skaters to appreciate, is that ultimately you do the goods, you make yourself indisputably quality, then you will be rewarded.
Yeah, and also I would argue the fact, or at least comment on the fact that every single person that watches, including judges, will have a bias. And what is that bias? Music that hits them, or a costume color, or a certain choreography that makes that performance special. So I think it's impossible to standardize that concept, and this sport never should do it. And I was part of building the current judging system, and the one thing we did not want to lose was subjectivity, although we wanted to reduce it, greatly reduce the subjectivity. You can't lose it, because then we're not the sport that we are, right? And I think that's what makes it special. But everybody has that bias based on their culture and based on their experiences.
One more quick one. What was your favorite jump combination or sequence to watch or to do?
Jump combination? Well, I lived in the caveman era, and so we didn't actually do combinations. Actually, we really didn't, because they had no value. I mean, there wasn't any accumulation of points there.
Yeah.
You did what you needed to do, and then you impress the judges with your jumps, but more importantly, you impress them with the rest of the thing, and you hope they voted for you, because it was just a vote. So I'm too old to say that, but you might not.
I remember, it's these pivotal moments in my life which I still cling on to. I remember once landing a triple loop, and I can still feel that feeling. I wish you could bring back a video of it, because nobody would believe it now.
Well, I actually don't believe it.
I know, because you've seen the single.
Yes, exactly. Okay, let's get going here, Mark.
So we head into Group 3 of 7 groups of women's competitors at this first stop on the 2024 Junior Grand Prix. And this is a fascinating free skate choreographed on her own with some support from Victor Winslow from the Royal Danish Ballet, one of her best friends. Selma Siri Larsen, skating to the music by Sergei Rachmaninoff for her free skate. Oh, the picture-perfect ending and a nod of approval for Selma Siri Larsen as she concludes her self-choreographed free skate. Yeah, and it was great to see that and learn a little bit about the personal investment, the friendship that she has with the member of the Danish Royal Ballet. And you can see even down to the costume in this start position. There's a very clearly defined investment in the concept for it, and I'm eager to see what the program component scores for composition will be like, as to whether or not the judges will have commitment to pushing it higher than the technical score that she delivered. Point. And that's unquantifiable, perhaps. But, you know, if I think about perhaps Victor Winslow, who worked with her on this choreography, and he's watching this feed, he'd be very proud of what has just been showcased.
The scores, please.
Yeah.
Next to skate, representing Australia, Andrea Guo.
And now to the next skater, high school student, Andrea Guo. She will skate to Love Me If You Dare. Andrea Guo from Australia. You can just about see, if you see top left-hand corner, a significantly higher technical element score based on the jumping passes attempted by Andrea. She had some issues with rotation, and we keep referencing that. And for those of you that are a little unfamiliar, the reason we mention that so often is because the implications of lack of rotation have a big effect on the technical score. If the jump is deemed to be missing rotation of more than a quarter but less than half, it will receive 80% of the value, and the judges have to go negative on the grade of execution. And so, although this was higher than what we've seen, the landing of this triple flip she likes the flip. And that second triple flip was deemed as a quarter rotation short. And so there's only an impact on the grade of execution, not on the actual value input into the system. Sit forward to the camel feature. Yeah, he seems chilled. Yeah. Yeah. And just in the comparison between what Andrea's delivered, I've referenced the technical score. With the previous skater, Selma Siri Larsen, there's a point difference in the presentation from the judges. So the consideration was that Selma's presentation was worth almost 5 out of 10. Andrea's in that just under the 4 out of 10 range. Yeah, I think that's... Well, and that's bolstering what you said about the tangible impact of the presentation that Selma Siri did deliver. And, you know, Selma Siri, you were 110% right. 67.56 for Andrea Guo, and she leads both in the free skate and overall with 102.51 points, and I expect that to increase event upon event as the season progresses with a skater with such a technical element score planned program content. And so we have seen one Latvian skater compete in this women's free skate. The youngest of them, Miriama Sosina, entering into character for her start position. Miriama Sosina, one of the youngest competitors, completes her free skate in front of the home audience. She finds herself in this third group with the success of her short program that was largely based on simpler planned program content, well executed. A little harder, as we will talk about in the basics of skating series, to maintain cleanliness in a free skate with more elements planned, but nevertheless she can be proud of what she has showcased here.
Yeah, and certainly in the junior category there's more, not maybe more, but as much strategy as there would be in seniors, because you have varying degrees of qualities and of difficulty in the juniors. Let's take a look at some of the elements in the short program here. And a nice start to the program. A little tight on the landing of that double axel. Double flip, hands over the head, double loop. That was nice. And just a slip up with the back end of that spin, double lutz.
There's some really clear features in this. She did a difficult entry with the rocker counter, did the sit forward, did the change of edge, did the sit behind, just 2 difficult variations allowed in any one spin now, and I thought that was a very clear, obvious call for the tip panel.
Now, Mark, as we go into the kiss and cry, I was told that you were talking to me, but no one could hear me, so I'm quite...
So I sounded like the madman that I am.
Yeah, okay, what's wrong with that guy? There's no one there. So we're back on now, that's good. The stuffies get taken
more
into
than
the kiss
any.
and cry. Oh my gosh, here's the bear. Need another couch out there.
What I would say, Ted, and the experience of this Junior Grand Prix so far for me is I will remember Miriama Sosina and coach Olga Kovalkova after the short program. It was a really beautiful moment, and whilst we don't know if this is a reflection of their entire training time, but the warmth and compassion and care that Olga gave to her student, the feeling of maternal care for the human, I really felt that in the short program, and I will remember that. I think that's special.
Yeah, some coaches really have that, it's a fine line between coach and friend or coach and parent.
Yeah.
And to have that coach respect for the athlete respect for the coach, but that relationship tied, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's special and it helps the skater and the coach. Let's take a look at the scores, 60.93, and that is 6th in the free program. A high five there and a hug. Nice, 96.93 for Miriama, and that'll put her currently into 3rd place. There's a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard so far in this event. 37 women.
Next to skate, representing Norway, Oda Havgar.
And the next competitor, born and residing in Oslo, Oda Havgar. Oda Havgar completes her free skate, and in this competition we are seeing skaters jumping up and down in regards to the planned program content and how difficult they are. But what I can definitely say about Oda is the best skating skills that we've seen of anybody thus far in the event.
Yeah, for sure. What a change of pace too at the end of the program with that. That was great. And unexpected too. Beautiful, beautiful triple salchow. She struggled in the beginning a little bit with some of the triples, but then she said, no, let me show you what I really can do. She was great.
And I think such a very good example of somebody well trained with good technique. I don't know what the training is like in Norway in regards to the volume of time that they have, but the technique was good.
And that slipped off the takeoff edge a little bit. So we see this triple salchow, good flow off the takeoff edge. Just sweet, right on top on the landing, inside spread eagle. There's a triple toe following it, a little bit of a lean forward, and that's landing on the toe picks, not carrying the speed out, and 2-foot landing as well. Double flip, hands above the head, float up into the double toe loop. You can see, nice strong back, good posture, good arms, and good performance as well.
Yeah, and a very well-rounded skater. Of course, not triple loop, triple flip, and triple loop, some of the more difficult elements. Yet, exactly. But a jump technique that is good enough to facilitate that.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's those triples will not be a problem for this young woman. She's very, very good, very strong as well. Just time. It's time. It's practice and determination. Trying to get that blade. Finally gets the blade for that feature. That was a challenge, but she got it.
Yeah, managed to still get 3 levels on that flying camel combo. Level 3 in the layback, level 3 in the change foot combo spin as well. That a recurring theme, but good to see them shaping hearts, ensuring that this is a positive environment for all, for those both in the venue and certainly those watching it.
Well, it seems like you've not only started something, you sort of, made it grow with the campaign you're on, which is awesome, by the way.
We have ideas for that.
That's great. We do? Okay, you do. Okay, 72.76. That is first of the free program so far, and clearly wonderful qualities, 108.88. And that put Oda Havgar from Norway currently into first place. Many more skaters to come, but solid skater, great technique, good future, work to do.
Next to skate, representing Ireland, Allie Peterson.
And now to the next skater, 15-year-old representing Ireland, Allie Peterson, skating to Angel and Demon. Allie Peterson delivering the best choreo sequence that we've seen so far. That Ina bar on music to the BA music, followed by that forward drag. So perfectly pitched. And
got that in the replay.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
well
it was
done,
a beauty.
Ted. And also, in terms of what was a beauty, that triple salto double toe later on in the program gave us an insight into the quality that she does have. Just
well, yeah, and the interesting thing, I think she was getting frustrated by not doing what she can do. I got to lay this down to show people what I'm capable of. And we saw that. She had that all the way through the program. It would be significantly different. There's the first triple salchow. You can see it was not rotated all the way. There's the double axel. A little bit too far forward.
And at this point, she'd done a double toe. She had to fall on the triple salchow, hand on the double axel. Normally, later in the program, fatigue sets in. It's harder, but here,
right on top. Nice.
Very clean, good technique. The same for this double lutz.
There's the Ina Bauer right on the crescendo. Keeping the speed up, accelerating across the end of the rink.
And I would have verged on +2, maybe +3 grade of execution for that.
A nice turnover camel. Little hop on that going into the sit spin. Not sure if it'll count.
Yeah. And the hop as a
little short on the
exit.
spins, just a little short on them.
But actually, early in the so the jumps improved toward the latter stage of the program for Allie. The first spin, I actually think she had the most speed on the change of edge feature in her sit spin than we've seen so far. So it was kind of like a mixed bag. Spins perhaps deteriorated with fatigue, jumps improved with mental resilience as the program continued for Allie Peterson.
Yeah, and hot and cold, because you saw moments of, when I say brilliance, moments of really solid technique, a good skater, all that, and then moments of a bit of a struggle, right? But that's what juniors are about. For the most part, it's what we see.
She looks very conscientiously retailing her coach.
69.45. That is second for Allie in the free program with a 106.61 total competition score, and that'll put Allie currently into second place. There is a look at your top 5 so far in this event. Many more skaters to come.
The following skaters will now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up. From Argentina, Cecilia Donohue. From Germany.
So the questions that we are receiving on the International Skating Union Instagram feed as we see the starting order, another group of 5 taking to the ice, are degenerating, but I think it's brilliant. From @Tegan Kopal, what are your meals for the day on average?
What are they? Let's see.
People are very interested by what we eat.
I know. Well, you eat nothing but bushes and pine cones, bark. You have bark sometimes, some weeds, whatever it is. It's all green stuff and brown stuff, and I don't know.
I think I'll just relay that to the listening audience that this is what some might recognize as a plant-based diet.
Yes, and the reason is because you're Mr. Fit for dancing on ice, and I'm pretty jealous, but not of the food, but of the result of the food. I'm jealous of that. We had little schnitzel things here, little meatballs, and I like salad and a piece of meat, and we're getting that here. It's really good. Yeah.
I have to say, in Riga at the Volvo Sports Centre, we are really very well looked after. There's so much catering. Sometimes I worry about the amount of catering, but obviously the skaters, unlike some of the other Junior Grand Prix where the skaters are fed at their respective hotels, for this event the skaters are fed on site in their rink, and so some of the skaters, dependent upon their practice times, have to return to the rink for their allocated meal provision, and so that the reason why there are so many there's so much food catering.
And they've done a nice job, that's for sure.
They really have, and I think that serves to make us appreciate all the more what's done here, because there are 114 athletes competing at this event, and then on top of that, obviously there are coaches, team leaders, officials to feed as well.
Plant-eating commentator.
Plant-eating commentator, yeah.
Okay.
I'm taking all the lettuce.
You're like a
leaves that
dinosaur just eating it off the trees, right?
Another question that's come in from @Coco.Cocos10. Is going to the Olympics the only successful thing in figure skating, which is a great question.
Well, that's an interesting question. I think going to the Olympics is the dream of most every skater, because that's the ultimate.
Sure.
I think that when you retire from skating, you will look back only in time and reflect what it brought to your life, and put things in perspective. But I wouldn't say the Olympics is the only thing. No, not at all, because in some cases somebody gets ill or injured or whatever, so they couldn't get at the Olympic Games. Winning the World Championships or being at the World Championships is an accomplishment as well. So, but it is, I would say, in everyone's dream when they're a kid.
Well, I mean, it's a really kind of cuts deep kind of question for me insofar as, I dreamed like so many of the skaters here that we're watching and that we enjoy watching, dreamt of being an Olympian, and for so many years actually after I retired, I always felt sad, deflated, frustrated that wasn't something, a tagline that I could put on the, being an Olympian. However, in regards to is being an Olympian the only success in figure skating, I'm very fortunate, very, very fortunate that there have been so many other opportunities which skating has allowed me to experience, show skating, so many amazing experiences. And actually, in my experiences performing, I've encountered many other athletes who never actually ever were bothered about being Olympic level athletes, and yet they've done so many.
You know the age you're at right now. You've had time to put it in perspective.
Yes,
that was my point. When you were back there as an athlete in Europeans and World Championships, it's hard to put that in perspective. So it's very true. And I missed the Olympic Games because of an injury, but I went to 5 in a different capacity. Right. So, but it is something special. It's a badge of honor. I would say that's the best thing. You put your life into the sport, and if you make those games, you will always be an Olympian. And it's a badge of honor you can wear your whole life.
It's so true. And there are skaters that I know that went to the Olympics, didn't necessarily skate that great, didn't have great results per se, but there is something very amazing about saying that you are an Olympian. But equally, in regards to that question, there are so many amazing opportunities that skating can present. And on the flip side of that, there are many an Olympian, especially after this Summer Games in Paris, where we've been treated to hearing stories of many an Olympic athlete who acknowledge that you spend your life working towards it, but there are so many athletes who have an Olympic slump, and there are many tales of the difficulty of then coming down from that. So pros and cons to everything. It's our perspective in life.
Totally. It's all perspective. And nowadays, you can wear the tattoo of the Olympic ring, because in my day they didn't have it. You have to chisel it out of your arm or something.
So we're heading to the mid group in this women's free skate, and of course for those less familiar with the sport, there's a seeded draw, and consequently we can expect.
And we should start to see some differences in the skate, not necessarily in the amount of jumps, although we will see that, but perhaps the quality of skating as well. The short program sort of sifts through the whole field and sorts it out. You can generally count on the skaters getting a little stronger group by group. And there are, 7 groups?
Right? Yes, 7 groups, 37 competitors.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, what's this question?
As soon
as you say that,
just sent us one.
As soon as you say that, you're not going to read it. I know
so
it.
I thought. So the question has come in, and I was wondering, why has Andreas blanked out the name so that I can't mention the handle?
Read the question.
Well, it's because I can recognize that it's a member of the ISU. I can see the picture beside it. I think that's Teresa asking me to show us the splits. I need to warm up for that. We'll see how the situation progresses.
Okay, I've seen you do the splits. It's not a pretty sight. Okay, just kidding. Okay, here we go. Group number, what are we on here?
4.
4.
4. I need to learn some more Latvian so we can. Paldies says thank you in Latvian. Anyway, moving on.
Okay. Way diverse.
So opening this 4th group, ranked 22nd after this short program, Cecilia Donohue.
Argentina.
And she will skate to beautiful music by Eva Cassidy, Time After Time. Cecilia Donohue representing Argentina, and when I think of things that I'll remember from this Junior Grand Prix, her choreo sequence, the left forward outside spiral into the knee slide was so good, as too was some of the facial interpretation and expression through that choreo sequence to the beautiful music.
Yeah, I think it was a beautiful piece of music. It's a good choice. The challenge with that music is that in order to have it the most effective, if you skate clean, it'll be so sensitive. I guess that's with every program, but this music is so soft and so thought-provoking and so beautiful that when mistakes disrupt that beauty, right? And there were some mistakes in here, although that was a good fight on that combination. As we take a look at the triple loop, too far back on the heel, couldn't get the free leg out. On a lean, on the landing. Nice flying sit spin though. Really, really nice. Well, you were watching slow motion and you have good speed already anyways.
Yeah.
Well centered.
And she has acknowledged the fact, as I mentioned in the short program, her eagerness as we see this double Lutz Euler, double Salchow to represent Argentina at Junior Worlds. That's the knee side I was talking about.
Yeah, well, I think ahead here.
Same wavelength. I think we have to acknowledge again this change now to the criteria for minimum technical element score. To give some context, she had 20 points on the tech score in this short program. It wasn't a great short program for Cecilia. She'd have to score a monstrous 52 points in the technical element score alone here. Now, that would be, she'd need a better short program in which to do that. But actually, Cecilia has, with the triple flip double toe, we see an insight into the fact that this is a skater who could boast a big tech score. But skaters jumping in isolation is very, very different from putting it together in 3.5 minutes with the 11 other elements. And hopefully as the season progresses, she'll develop the stamina necessary to do that.
Yeah, using terminology, can you do that jump? And you say, yes, I can do it, but I don't have it. You know, it's a different thing. When you have a jump, you can do it on demand most often in the program. Let's take a look at the scores. 67.53 for the free program. That is fourth at this moment, with a total competition score of 105.85, and that'll put Cecilia currently into third place at this stage of the competition.
Next to take, representing Georgia, Ekaterine Iazadzhi.
And now to the Georgian representative here in Riga, Latvia, Ekaterine Iazadzhi. And Ekaterine will skate to Rain in Your Black Eyes by Ezio Bosso. Wow, what passion for Ekaterine Iazadzhi, a skater who has changed the program layout based on the planned program content, trying to be tactical in the pursuit of ever higher scores, diluted the difficulty a little bit.
Wonderful choreographic sequence. Some beautiful moves and steps in there. We'll take a look at that in the replays. But you're right, passionate skater.
Yeah, and knowing the involvement of Vakhtang Murvanidze, I have to assume as we see this opening, his impact upon the skater and what a brilliant impact and influence that is. As we can see here, there's different body movement throughout leading into this double axel.
And she's a strong skater and a strong jumper as well. Didn't all work out. There's a triple toe with the hands above the head. Bent a lot forward, but gets the free leg back. Fights through that. The combination, here's another triple toe loop, hands above the head. You can see the bending of the waist. And that secures the landing as far, but it doesn't give a positive GOE. There's a fall on the triple sow, under-rotated. And the double Lutz a little bit later in the program. Strong, but could be more efficient in the air and on the checkouts. You can see the body quite forward on the landings again, on all of them. And you're forward, so you're going to be close to the toe picks. You're not going to fall back on the heel because you're not back there, but you're not going to carry the flow in the landings. So it's safer. Oh, look at that. Really nice up on the toe. Lots of upper body movement. Solid use of the arms and this lay back. Side position here. Watch. Grab the blade, turn backwards. Side to back feature. There's the Bielman. Get it above the head. Stretch it up there. Great flexibility and strength required. And there's your passionate move right
wow. There. And interestingly, that wonderful level of commitment to the presentation component score from Ekaterine at the end of the program. My understanding is that the judges, when they come to assign the presentation component score out of a maximum 10 points for each athlete, they have to consider the percentage of the overall performance. And so whilst it was 110% presentation commitment at the end, of course they have to consider how much of the whole.
That's true. That's true. I mean, we were caught up with that.
Yeah.
But you have to look at the whole.
But kudos to the coach and skater for shaping a heart in the kiss and cry as they seemingly nervously anticipate the scores.
Well, 70.47 for the free program. That is second so far. The total competition score of 109.37. That brought Ekaterine currently into first place.
Smiles in the kiss and cry as we look ahead to the next competitor, Aleksandra Janikowska, 20th after the short program. Had a fall yesterday, the 15-year-old will skate to Hallelujah. Aleksandra Janikowska from Poland, a skater who in their International Skating Union biography acknowledges that they only get the opportunity to train 6 hours per week in the low season, and that is an extremely small amount to be able to deliver triple jumps as she did, and she'll be pleased to have landed the triple flip after the fall.
And also to train the program. You can see her arms go down to her side. She got really tired and didn't have transitions, skating down the rink, preparing for the jump, or waiting for energy to come back. So, that's early in the season. She's not in her top shape yet. She will get there, no question.
As we say, that to land triple jumps, the difficulty of that takes up so much time, but this constant desire for more evolution as we see that triple flip.
3-jump combination there, not carrying a lot of speed through it, but getting it done. So we see the Salchow, watch that right leg lift up into the air, right on top of the landing, up into the double toe loop. That was a nice jump combination. Want to tidy up the landings just a little bit. Here's the triple Lutz, gets all the way around, but the shoulders are forward. Okay, I'm being really critical here, but I'm just analyzing. She's got the elements, just to polish them up a little bit.
Better rotation, more clean back outside edge landings than we've seen from so many of the competitors.
True. That's very true. Triple Salchow, watch that free leg comes forward, pops into a double. Triple toe a little bit later. So she really did some, strong and difficult elements.
Because we should acknowledge that probably the primary mistake from most of the competitors will be under rotated jumps, and that was not something for Alexandra, but that said, we've seen lots more finesse and refinement, which given the limited training time that she does have is hard to amass, so perhaps some more ballet or off-ice training is a part of her future.
8 out of her 11 elements were in the minuses in the GOE, so just a quality base. That is polishing up, stretch free leg, good back, strong arms, those types of things, and flow, obviously. But that'll come in time. This is still early on. We'll see a different skater in a couple weeks, or how many ever weeks until we see her next. A 74.40. That is first in the free program. That's based on those technical elements. Well done. 113.67. That'll put Alexandra currently into first place.
Next to skate, representing Hungary, Zsofia Szeplaki.
And now to just a 13-year-old Zsofia Szeplaki. She competed in a Hungarian test skate earlier this month and posted a score of 84 points there. That will certainly give her a comfortable lead at this stage, should she repeat it. Well, Zsofia Szeplaki from Hungary, to me, seems to be the most competition-ready skater of all that we have seen. A skater that seems to be, that performance suggests, has had multiple run-throughs in practice. The speed of the final closing spin suggests she has energy in abundance, perhaps doing double run-throughs, I'm not sure, but very impressive competition readiness.
Certainly her performance level is at a high level for her compared to the technical qualities yet. She does the jumps under rotation in some cases, not a lot of flow in the landing. But what she does, the work that she does between the elements is really, really good.
And we'll get a chance to look back at some of that performance ability.
Watch the landing. That would be on the quarter. You can just see just slightly under rotated. Watch this axle, watch the arms go back with the free leg and up high. Gets all the way around that one, not a problem, but not a lot of speed on the landing.
Yeah, and it looks, as I say, when I say competition ready, it looks like Zsofia is so well trained in readiness for this and very comfortable with consistency. It's that difficult aspect for the skater and the coach as to how much time is devoted to getting the run-throughs done, getting fit,
right.
and then versus, okay, now it's time to work on the quality.
I guess your point is, and it's a good point, you can't do all things
all
at the highest level all the time.
So true.
You have to pick your battles and pick your priorities, really.
And to be fair, run-throughs, as we see this, I think, triple flip, to do run-throughs is something that most of the skaters are reluctant to do. You can see the lack of rotation there again, because the physicality of a run-through is so exhausting, and it takes a lot for the coach to force sometimes the skaters to do the sufficient numbers to give the fitness that will give them the points.
Yeah, in that exhaustion comes pain. Oh. And I think that I remember running through 5-minute programs. All I could think of was, I'm never going to make it. I'll die at the end, because you're dying. I mean, you are dying.
It's funny. There's a skater, a brilliant, lovely, wonderful skater that I teach, and she has said to me on occasion during her senior free skate, she said, there are times when I think death would be easier than doing a run through.
It's true. It's true.
And you're saying it's true. We're corroborating that's the feeling. You're so consumed with the exhaustion and the pain.
And then you don't do it enough. And then when you get to competition, now your fear goes way up, because you're going, not only will I have the pain, I'm going to have the pain of a bad skate because I'm not in shape. So,
and then you can't replicate the quality of your individual elements because you're so consumed with the worry of the pain.
The best skaters train at the highest level on the most consistent basis. 77.60, that is first in the free program with a total competition score of 117.61. Zsofia is in first place at this stage of the competition. Julija Sebastian Gore, you can see her give a little hug. She's pleased with the students' performance here. You're building a year, and this is just one step.
And we move on to skater Hyorin Lee, who struggled in the short program. She would have been expecting to be placed much higher after that portion of the competition. Certainly has the potential, and we hope that she has had the time to regroup after that disappointment to deliver what she's capable of in her free skate. So Hyorin Lee has a free skate as disappointing and saddening as the short program, and it And so often it's the case that the passionate desire for the skater sometimes paves a performance like that, especially when you know it's a skater from Korea, a skating nation with so many women capable of technical brilliance. We know that she must be capable of that. She wouldn't be here unless she was here. Triple Lutz.
And you can see already she's back on the heel, and the free leg was slow to get out, but she did it. Here's the triple loop. Free leg again, gets it done, but a little bit slower. But the mistakes, the falls, which I'm not showing all the falls here, are she couldn't get the free leg out. She was too far back on the heel.
And that, an indication not of the physicality of the skater, but the mental approach and confidence and commitment. And you can see there, it's almost, there's just not the self-belief. Even the way in which she takes these kind of falls, as I said in the short program, not falls that she probably would take. They're not falls, to me, of technical error, but of lack of belief. And now as a skater, I have some semblance of comprehension for it, having been not good in performance. What Hyorin Lee might find is that she actually goes on to become a really great coach in counselling skaters through these challenges, because she's going to have to learn lessons to cope with this. It's just, from a skating federation as strong as hers, she needs to learn and devote the brain time to the mental training if she's going to be given further opportunities to showcase what she's so capable of.
Yeah, it's elusive for some skaters, because no matter what happens, they get into a competitive arena, their whole chemistry changes in their body and in their mind, and they understand the logic. Just, I'm trained, I'm ready, go and do what I do every day. That's logical in the words, but chemically or emotionally in your body, the adrenaline starts pumping, the doubt starts to creep in, and it's hard to shut out.
And unless there's a lot of visualization done to try to mentally create the environment in the brain space, there aren't many opportunities to replicate.
No, you can only do it in competition.
Yeah,
and actually, the higher the level, the more the better opportunity you have to try to deal with it. You keep it at a low level, you say, "Oh, I got this," but then you get to the higher level and you don't have it.
Yeah,
right?
And
it's complicated.
Yeji Shen, great choreographer, had a whole concept for this free skate. The dress is amazing. The coach, we know, to produce so many other brilliant skaters. There's so many inputs to this athlete that make the brilliance. She just now needs the time on the mental offside.
75.30 for the free program. That is second for Hyorin Lee. And with 117.34, that'll put her into second place overall. Capable of so much more. Has it. We hope you discover it. Keep chasing it. Don't give up. Find your way. Okay, are you ready?
No, is the honest answer. But I won't be honest. So we head now to an ice resurface and chance to check in with some of the videos that the International Skating Union media team so brilliantly create, and opportunity for me to reiterate the fact that I've been saying our new campaign hashtag incorrectly. We will look at the Shape Hearts, not Shaping Hearts, the Shape Hearts campaign teaser, which we're all very passionate about here, and then chance to look at the amazing story of the comeback of Diana Stalato-Dudek, the current and reigning World Pairs champion, and then a chance to see an insight into what will be coming up this year for the short track skaters with the Short Track World Tour. Finally, the video during this ice resurface will be that of the mic'd up series with the effervescent Walter Riese.
Yes, so much effervescent. Here we go. Enjoy. We'll be back.
It is so exciting that the Junior Grand Prix is back, filled with fresh hopes and exciting new talent. And whilst the skaters shine so brightly under the spotlight, some of the comments that they receive online do not shine so bright. And it's really important to note that some of the abuse in the comments can really cut the skaters deep and affect them in a very adverse and negative way. This season, we're launching a new campaign, Shape Hearts, to promote positivity and kindness to support both the skaters and the sport, and we're hoping to extend that into our virtual space. Your voice matters. Use it to empower, uplift and inspire. Together, let's make the rink a place for positivity and kindness.
And the no card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. My name is Deanna Stellato-Dudek, and I am a pair skater for Canada.
The reason Deanna is so special is actually her fire, her dedication, and for her, it's Olympic every day.
I think what attracted me to figure skating in the first place was the freedom that you feel when you have the wind in your face and you're skating around the rink, and also the artistic expression, what you can do with your arms and feet while you're gliding. It's difficult to describe. It's unlike any other feeling that you can get in shoes.
Deanna Stellato. She is 16 years old and perhaps the most focused of all the skaters here, the last one off the practice ice.
When I was 17 years old, I sustained a hip injury that was very common at the time. It eventually ended my childhood career, my 1.0 career.
She retired and then never come back in skating for 16 years. She didn't think about skating.
I think retiring at 17 was very difficult. You're too young to really deal with the severeness of that decision and how it's going to affect your life. I had a normal job in the States. I worked for a plastic surgeon in a small private practice, and we were at a work retreat, and we were just doing a fun little exercise over lunch where we all picked up a note card and said, read the question out loud, and then everybody around the table would answer it. And the note card I happened to pick was, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And I just immediately blurted out, oh, I would win an Olympic gold medal. And then I kind of sat back in my chair and I was like, what? As everybody else was answering, I was like, what did I just say? I haven't skated in like 16 or 17 years. Like, that was a random answer. That was the catalyst that began this entire thing. So I guess I'm super lucky my mom kept those skates for all that time. I went for a first public sessions. I would get up at 4 in the morning to go skate in the morning before going to work my full-time job. And if I had a day at work that was like a 12-hour day and it was impossible for me to get on the ice, I would just make sure that evening I would do like a workout tape or I would stretch, but I would do something toward my dream every day, and I never broke the chain for 3 months.
Her dedication to the sport, to do what she do at the age she is unbelievable. She have to do so much more than other people to be able to do it. We train as much as the other younger skater, but on top of it, she have to do way more back home. She have to recover 2-3 hours a day so she can be ready for the next day. If not, it's not gonna happen. We knew the pressure would be super high being here at home, where I'm born, where we train.
When I got on the ice, I just heard the roar of the crowd and like, okay, let's breathe, we can do this. That pressure is motivation and motivation is pressure, and it's a thin line that separates them. When we got out there, I just looked at him and I said, we got this.
crowd was so supportive, and it's give myself and Diana goosebumps as we were skating. It was something we'll remember for the rest of our life.
Winning here in Montreal was our dream. For sure, this was our dream. I just got really emotional and said, well, I fought and I gave it everything I could. And kind of one of those fairy tale stories that it still hasn't sunk in that I'm living yet. All that hard work, all those late nights, early mornings, all that pain, man, was it worth it in the end. If you can set aside some time every day and just do a little bit, you can potentially create a life for yourself beyond your wildest dreams.
But where do you buy the shoes? The other one I like too. This one is too much to me.
Too much for you?
Yeah. È un ordine. Vieni su che stai con noi. Vieni, tranquillo. Sì, mi fa piacere, sì, assolutamente sì. Per cui vai tranquillo come stamattina senza nessun problema. Mi fa, ma sei una superstar? Faccio, no, sono vecchio. Bend, ok, pass, and look crazy, dance. Okay, spend time to watch the judges on the ice. Bring them with you on the ice. Okay, make them dance. Okay, don't be boring. Okay, you are training to do this one, you go like this. Grazie. Bene così, capito? Tutto qua, è tutto qua, capito? Presente in ogni passo. Oh, devi essere showman.
Sì, lo farò.
Capito? Stai con lei però. Stai con lei. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Come on! Meno 6 punti e vediamo quanto prendiamo. Con la caduta e tutto saranno 10.
Cioè il secondo e il terzo quattro sono giocati?
No? Third place. It's ok. Gli devi dare il mio numero di telefono. He has everything.
He has everything? Oh, you're lazy. You need to give it to me.
I am the assistant of the assistant, and he is my assistant. It's a long line.
The following skaters will not take dance for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Switzerland, Anastasia Brandenburg. From Latvia, Nikola Fomchenkova. From Finland, Annika Pellonmaa. From Sweden, Aleksandra Odman. From Hong Kong, China, Tsz Ching Chan.
Welcome back to the Volvo Arena in Riga, Latvia for the first stop on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm Mark Henretti alongside Ted Barton, and we're excited to see the latter half of the women's free skate, an opportunity to see who will be securing medals, points and prize money on this first stage of this illustrious series of events.
Battles for points, battles for podium, but also battles for personal bests or personal goals.
So true.
Okay, what do you got?
So we have a question coming in from @Carling_Tries. This is the 3rd year since the senior age minimum was changed. What effects have you seen? And this is actually...
Well, it's a good question.
Totally. And actually a question that I'm really glad to be able to articulate together.
Yeah.
Rather than to answer with my own opinions.
Well, carry on. What's your opinion?
I think I hear and see quite often online many that will discuss and debate the perhaps negative impacts of the fact that some of the best in the world cannot compete on the senior stage and they are not exposed to the world outside of this junior environment. However, I have also seen studies done by the International Skating Union acknowledging the adverse impact of some of the technical feats in our sport on developing bodies physically, and I am open to debate, I am open to hearing arguments on all sides, but I also have friends and know of other humans who have bodies that were trained to the point of injury that now cannot skate at all. I have friends who are physically injured for life because of our sport, perhaps because of over training and attempting things that their bodies were not physically prepared.
And I do think that that happens in a lot of sport, but I like the age change. I'm going to tell you why, for different reasons. For the first reason, to protect the bodies, and people say, yeah, but you know, young world champions, what's wrong with that? We see that at the Olympic Games right now. What was 11-year-old skateboarding or whatever. My point is, apart from that, because I think that's the right thing to try to protect the kids. That's right, for sure. But if you take a look at, let's say a junior is in junior Grand Prix for 4 years, and they go, yeah, but I'm ready to go after 2 years up to senior, if you take a look at Mao Shimada. But if you take a look at the sport development, it's actually not a bad thing, because you have your youth years and then your teenage years, and your body changes in that time. Everybody's a little bit different. Some will change later, some will change earlier. But I think that from an event, call it a league, like the junior league versus the senior league, and they're both leagues and they're both legitimate and they both have outstanding athletes, but at different stages of life. And I'm not so sure it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing for the health of the athlete, number one, but I also think the storytelling for these young athletes, as we see them grow, as we see them mature, as we see them get stronger and they go faster, and all the things that we're talking about. We have 4 years to see that happen. So they graduate like they would from high school to university. They graduate into university. And I think that is pretty cool if the sport tells the stories well. If we celebrate the 4 years in the junior league and then on to the senior league. I just use those words, but you know what I mean.
No, completely. And I think, and again, I do want to caveat my response with the very definite awareness that I can comprehend the argument to suggest that perhaps the likes of Mao Shimada should have been allowed to compete seniors. I comprehend that, and I'm open to that discussion.
And I think you're right for this period of time. Mao's here. I get that. But for long term, that's what I was really referring to.
And then an argument in support of the increase in the minimum age requirement for seniors would be that some would suggest that over the last decade or 2 decades perhaps, we haven't had the opportunity to connect with the top women in the world, because that was a constant changing on an almost yearly cycle, or certainly every couple of years we were seeing new athlete, and so many people will think back to the likes of Ekaterine Iazadzhi, a 2-time Olympic champion who the world was able to connect with because we saw them for multiple seasons, or a Michelle Kwan, a 5-time world champion. And I think now we see Kaori Sakamoto, the first time that somebody has won 3 consecutive world titles for such a long time, gives us the chance to connect more with these athletes, hopefully.
Yeah, it does. I agree with you. Isn't it funny that the youngest Olympic champion in the old era was Tara Lipinski at the age of 15, I think it was. And that was unusual. That was like, oh my gosh, right?
And that was a prime example then of what has been an argument to increase the age, because that was a young athlete who was trained, arguably overtrained, and then suffered a hip injury and was therefore effectively ruled out of amateur competition. I am not sure. I do not know Tara Lipinski well enough to know if that was a decision made, but I understand she was seriously injured and thus
and I know a lot of my friends and colleagues that, we didn't do necessarily the quad jumps, but they have hip replacements. Now, mind you, that comes with age as well, but still. So I think it's the right thing to try. And then if once the juniors are in for 3 or 4 years and we're watching them grow, then they mature into the seniors. We can only tell by trying it and by doing it long enough to understand it. So.
And you think about like other sports, Lewis Hamilton, a name that we see all the time in that sport, or the Roger Federers, or the Nadals, or Simone Biles, skaters we see regularly and repeatedly, they become celebrated beyond just their sporting arena.
Exactly. Now,
we move on.
Yes. Where's your sheet? Focus. We had a good debate.
And now we move to a skater who many, including myself, predicted would be vying for medal in this competition, but Anastasia Brandenburg from Switzerland really struggled in a short program.
Very unusual, yeah.
And so hopefully we will be able to be treated to her quality.
But it's part of the junior. It's part of the journey in the juniors, the ups and the downs.
Well,
wow.
And the reaction from Anastasia Brandenburg to that probably showcases so much disappointment and upset that she has had to live through since that short program, which had a fall and a pop jump. And as I say, if you went on stats and scores, she had the second highest score of all those entered into this event. So a silver medal would have been at least what she was hoping for. But what she has delivered now can certainly be second best.
I felt she came out to show us and wag her finger. No, that was not me. This is me. And it was brilliant.
And what makes this all the more brilliant, not just that she skated cleanly, but also the stark contrast to the interpretation and stylization from her very classical short program, as we see the brilliance of that intensity in her face. Love the use of a heel.
Yeah. Look at the save on that. She was off on the angle on the loop. Strong back, quick free leg. And for the most part, right on top of the takeoff and the landings throughout the program.
And the rotational speed, if there were to be an analysis of the speed of her rotation, it really is incredibly quick.
And we see the triple loop here a little bit later in the program. But she was so alert and so in tune with the determination to deliver everything she's trains for every day.
And the entry into that triple salchow was brilliant too. There were even that and this too, the commitment to the components, really very good. And I'd read that after the Junior World Championships, Anastasia took only 3 days of holiday in Taipei with her mom. After that, straight back to work. It sounds like a young woman who's very conscientiously committed to doing whatever she can to be a success in this sport.
And you can see her shoulders are down now. She's not tense, she's relaxed, and she has proven to the world what she's capable of doing, and probably more to come.
Yeah, now when a skater skates as cleanly as this, then you get the PDF feedback to be able to say, okay, well now, where are my components? Am I into the sevens range? If not, then okay, that's a feedback to the flow and the glide that needs to increase and the things she can do.
113.12. Now, of course, that's first in the free program. Her personal best is 118, so 5 points off of that. 159.55. Anastasia will take over first place. Great skate. Back on track.
And you can hopefully hear the rousing applause for the next skater following Brandenburg. That comes for a skater not just representing Latvia but also Riga, born in this city. Nikola Fomchenkova, who will need to return to her personal best of this event 2 years ago if she is to maintain her lead at this stage. How wonderful to see Nikola Fomchenkova immediately upon conclusion of her free skate look back to the coach who has supported her so much throughout her junior career. And this, an athlete, as I suggested in the short program, has maybe gone through some challenges over the past couple of seasons, and it was nice to see a fairly clean skate, not as difficult as we have seen from this athlete in the past, but certainly great to see her pushing through.
It was a smile of redemption.
And fascinatingly, on her Instagram, there was a post from Nikola Fomchenkova saying, "The sport has not only provided me with opportunity to grow as an athlete, but a source of invaluable friendships globally." And she said she sincerely thanked figure skating for bringing so many people into her life. Well, I think that's very
special.
mature.
I think a lot would think the same.
You can see the energy at the beginning of the program different, of course, and understandably to the energy at the end.
Nice opening triple loop.
So clean.
Yeah, it's a great start to the program. I thought she got a little tired near the end, and the technique, particularly on the flip and the lutz, got a little bit twisted on the takeoff. But a great feeling of satisfaction after having a challenging short program. And here at home, what a difference that is.
Yeah, and you know, so often is the case, we see just the end product for these athletes. We don't know what has had to happen, what has gone through for the skaters, and I just feel that the skaters had, based on the results from last season, which were so adrift from what she'd achieved in 2022, that she's gone through some challenges. And I think being out here competing again is so much more now than the scores. Of course the athlete will want the good scores, of course. But I think so much has been achieved in resuming some of the quality that we saw a couple of years ago.
Free program score 85.42. That is second in the free program. Total competition score 132.23. And that'll put Nikola currently into second place at this stage of the event.
And now to a skater born in Espoo, Annika Pellonmaa, who is the youngest in the entire competition of the 100+ skaters competing in this arena this week. She can boast that statement as being the youngest competitor, and we wish her all the success as she skates to The Arena and Lost Girls by Lindsay Sterling. Annika Pellonmaa from Finland. I saw her pacing the corridor a little bit just before going on for warm-up, and she just gave the energy of such youthful exuberance, and you can see she was pacing through, walking through her jump takeoffs, and it just makes me appreciate the enormity of this occasion for one so young, and how mature she had to be in conducting herself through some of the difficulties at the falls midway.
She has a youthful energy all the way through that program.
I actually also have to acknowledge that I thought transitions-wise and choreographically, some of the best examples of both directions of rotation. A skater very well trained in being able to rotate in their transitions, both their comfortable way and the less so.
Beautiful triple toe loop combination at the top of the program.
Triple loop, good, but the flip was not her friend either on this, the first one with the fall, or the second, which was subsequent. You can see great transition though out of it, and maintaining the commitment to the transitions. That time slightly better, but still pushing the judges to go down to at least -3-4. But here's some of these little transitions, really well delivered, and that will be reflected in the composition component, the first of the three for the judges. And as we have referenced, unlike Anastasia Brandenburg, still the need to refine the body movement and be more mindful of the extension of the limbs. A great outing this, the combo spin. And I think Anna Mertinen has choreographed this program as well as being coach, and I suspect that Annika has been trained by Anna for a long time, and they look connected there. And shout out to the coaches that I haven't seen on the Junior Grand Prix as readily, and the work that they are doing to create, because so much investment has to go into creating an athlete like that. Just even the little transitions that I keep referencing, the time devotion that not all coaches will give.
A detailed skater comes from a detailed coach.
So accurate. Now she has to await her fate. This, as I mentioned, the youngest competitor. She doesn't have a barrage load of Junior Grand Prix experience like some maybe others do. She'll be hoping to be considered for further representation for the Finnish Skating Federation internationally. And you can see deduction of 2 points, leading to a total of 81.85. And Annika drops out. And you can see a slight shrug of disappointment there, but I suspect she's in very capable, caring hands that will help her to push forward from this to even greater successes. As we look now to 16-year-old Alexandra Odman. Started skating in Malmo, a rink that has hosted ISU championship events. Born in Helsingborg. And she will skate to music from the Twilight Saga. Understandable elation from Alexandra Odman, and a surprise to me that this is her first Junior Grand Prix based on the quality of that which she has showcased here. And something has definitely happened in the training rink to have escalated her quality. Some of the other internationals that she's had, she's been 22nd at the NRW Trophy in Dortmund last year, but here comes in very competitive with good jump technique and some brilliant concept behind the Twilight Saga choreography by Andrea Vaturi. And Alexandra will turn 17 next week, and how brilliant to see what looks like a quality that should serve her well as she transcends towards the senior ranks. As we look now at the triple loop, judges looking for very good height and very good length, and that jump had just that. Here the difficult exit of the span. Slow-mo, she checks into the triple salto, followed by a double toe. You can see the length of the running edge shortens as the skaters fatigue. Here the second salto, you can see a little bit of snow ploughed up there, and that indication that there was some rotation done on the ice. For me, interesting, with the costumes you see Alexandra wave to camera, the concept right through to the costume for the Twilight Saga, and so often we see some incredible costumes, but it doesn't always correlate to the concept in the choreography. But Andrea Vaturi and all the team behind it, Alexandra, have done a wonderful job in continuing that theme through from costuming to all of the transitions. Ella Magnuson and Lako Vince listed as coaches. What a great job that they have done. As we look to consider whether or not Alexandra has done enough to achieve the likes of the minimum technical element score, should she be considered for inclusion at the Junior World Championships, that would be a huge accomplishment for any of these athletes. Her technical element score in the short program is 24.92. And a technical element score of 47.2 and a total of 96.29. I think it's very, very close as to whether or not she'll make that minimum 72 points in the tech score this season, but certainly on target as she moves into second place. And thumbs up in the kiss and cry.
Next to skate, representing Hong Kong, China, Tsz Ching Chan.
And now to the skater representing Hong Kong, China, Tsz Ching Chan. She delivered in her short program, and if she can deliver her, she will need indeed to deliver a personal best to maintain that position with her free skate. Tsz Ching Chan from Hong Kong. And just a little glimpse and insight into what this means before she raises to smile and wave at those who have supported her here in Riga, Latvia. And those of you that are attuned to what happens in the top left-hand corner of the screens for some feedback from the judges in the technical panel will see that there are a few more red boxes than in the short program, and there is a lot to be reviewed. 5 of the elements of the 11 for Chan are under scrutiny a little further from the technical panel, and that indication that some of the rotation issues plagued her that did not plague her in the short program. Here, chance to look at the triple flip, and eagle-eyed viewers will notice that that was at least under-rotated. Not so, in my opinion, on that triple flip double axel. And this was good. Double axel, maintaining flow throughout the triple toe and into the double toe that followed. And Coach Craig, as we see this final triple toe, had suggested that when they first worked together, Cherry Chan just loved to jump. And when she was little, she only wanted to jump, jump, jump. So the coaches will have had to work hard to convince her of the merits of the skating skills and the program component scores. And I think that still will be it's a resounding focus for all athletes, but still the comparatively weaker mark for Chan at this stage. But she will be, and we could see, delighted to have delivered what appears to be her personal best. And she's joined by Coach Craig Heath, who wins the award for being the smartest dressed coach of the event. And as I suggested, Chan would need a big, massive personal best to maintain the position that she had above the likes of Brandenburg, who leads at this stage. If she is to go and maintain that lead, her current personal best comes from this event 2 years ago of 85.9. And she has an International Skating Union personal best of 87.08, third in the free skate and third overall. Congratulations to those involved. Safe travels as they move to their next events. And now we move to the first warm-up group comprising of 6 women, opened by Lithuanian skater, closed by the German Anna Gerk. And this opportunity for us to check back in with those of you who have been so kind as to send in questions to the International Skating Union on their Instagram, for which we are very grateful. And the first question coming in from @NelTXD Marsh: how many jumps are required in the free skate? So 7 jumping passes, 2 jump combinations in a sequence allowed and most commonly performed. And those are the most weighted elements, and that what the skaters will fixate on during this warm-up. You can see the skaters, not long having circled the rink, will be immediately checking in with their jumping passes, conscious of the importance upon their placing and their score. And there you can see, I think for Anna Gerka, the German competitor, inevitable, understandable nerves impacting upon jumps that they are much more comfortable with. You can see the German skater having some issues here. That's where the coach will really have to step in and support their athlete. Ultimately and ideally for the coaches, their work is essentially done with the training and the quality of technique that they have delivered to their athletes and instilled in them. At this point in time, it's much more about the psychology of the sport and ensuring that the athlete can replicate what they do in training when adrenaline is flowing much more so under the pressure of this competition. And now question coming in as to what are the new spin requirements this season. So a big impact for the coaches and the skaters of the fact that there can be only 2 difficult variations in any spin. The criteria for a level 4 could previously have been created from lots of different difficult spin variations Now the skaters are forced to attempt or produce different types of feature within their spins, such as the newly added difficult blade feature. And so this year, we haven't seen a huge amount of it, but there will be skaters who will rotate within the spin on their toe pick part of their blade or the heel of their blade. Very difficult to do. Sometimes we will see skaters jumping or hopping within a spin. That another type of feature. You'll hear us often reference a change of edge. So all of the skaters will comfortably spin on the back inside edge on their forward foot or the back outside edge on their back foot. Should the skater be attempting a level feature, they will change the edge, which really is much more difficult than it sounds and can sometimes look. And throughout this Junior Grand Prix, this first stop this season, the international skating community has its eyes upon what's happening here. It would be fair to say that the quality of the spins are reduced in terms of the creative execution here so far than we have been used to seeing in the past, but that largely due to the changes, I am sure, with skaters having to attempt things that they would not have considered in the past, and thus they haven't had sufficient repetition. And I'm sure in a season or two or more, the International Skating Union will elect to make some further changes, forever in the pursuit of making better quality of athletes and skaters who have increasing command over their blades. Thank you to Zaklina on Instagram, who has asked, do you want to cry and hug the skaters when they fall? Because she herself does. She recognizes that it is natural to fall, but still. And there's no doubt that the skaters, and especially the skaters viewing our live stream here, will be very aware that falling is an occupational hazard that happens every day, particularly for the single skaters and pair skaters. But nevertheless, ideally, when it comes to competition, they will not be attempting elements that have a high risk rate. Certainly in the juniors, though, we have to assume that the risks are greater because skaters will have obviously had less repetition and mileage to up their percentages. And very different coaches have different approaches and different philosophies, and each athlete has a different approach coming into the event. Some of the athletes will be very conscious of the need to secure a good result should they be attempting to compete at the Junior Grand Prix final in December in Grenoble in France. Some may be very conscious of their score comparative to countrymates at home if they are aspiring to compete at the Junior World Championships and represent their nation there. That another huge achievement and accomplishment, and particularly poignant as we head towards this later stage of the competition. Sophia Shifrin, skater on your screen, will certainly be looking to secure a higher result after her short program. And as I look at the other questions coming in on the International Skating Union Instagram feed, I am humoured by some of the brilliance that some of you are suggesting, not sure all of which is repeatable, but we appreciate the laughter that you're providing us. Question coming in from @Cali39532. In your opinion, are the new changes to spins a good change? Great question, and admittedly at this stage of their inclusion, and given particularly they were released quite close to this event, we're not getting treated to perhaps the spin quality that we have seen, as I mentioned earlier, because the skaters haven't had the repetition and mileage to ensure that quality. However, the features that the skaters are forced to do will undoubtedly enhance their blade control, which will serve them in other aspects and other areas. So the 6-minute warm-up is over, and we look now to another 13-year-old, Milana Siniavskyte, representing Lithuania, who is going to be skating to the popular piece Romeo and Juliet. Amazing backbend to conclude the program for Milana Siniavskyte, representing Lithuania. And in my pursuit of finding more background and history on such a young athlete, it is hard to find much competition experience. I found some results from the Lithuanian nationals, but not a skater that is easily researched, and consequently that makes it all the more impressive that she can come out here with such a big planned program content. And now, as we do mention repeatedly and regularly, a recurring theme of rotation issues on the jumping passes, which can really impact on the score, and that's something that appears to be the case for Milana, both at Lithuanian nationals and also here as we look back at some of those jumping passes. That the triple loop, which has come into the system, is cleanly done, thus getting the full base value. A triple loop, 4.9 points at base. And here into the triple loops, and you could, eagle-eyed spotters can see some of that rotation being scrutinized certainly now and debated. And that one for sure under-rotated the triple flip. And having already done one triple flip, if the skater were to repeat a triple jump without being in combination, then it goes into the system as a repeat, and only 70% of the value. If they're to do two triple jumps, one of them must be in combination. We're getting some sort of acknowledgement, and thank you to somebody at home, perhaps to other members of the coaching staff like Angelina Tarenko, who did such a great job with the choreography. There was some brilliant musicality and phrasing at the change of music to the I'm Kissing You piece as part of this Romeo and Juliet free skate. As Milana proudly showcases Lithuania, the nation that she represents here. And so now, following this competition, her first Junior Grand Prix assignment, we'll be able to find a reference point for Milana moving forward as to her progression, but certainly she's in a school of skating that is creating such quality, so she's guaranteed to use this as a springboard platform to move forward from. And already, including the likes of triple lutz or their triple salchow, the first element suggests that the team have every belief in her ability to deliver a 7 triple program. Cleanly done. And Milana awaits to see how she will fare in regards to the lead that she boasts over others. But as mentioned previously, the likes of Anastasia Brandenburg came into this event with so much expectation upon her. She's a comfortable margin above anybody thus far and will be hard to beat for some time, as Milana Siniavskyte scores 86.45, fourth on the free skate portion and fourth overall. Disappointed to see a drop in the standings, but certainly a Lithuanian skater to look out for in the future after her debut here on the Junior Grand Prix circuit in Riga. Just finds herself a 10th of a point of Cherry Chan in third place at this stage. And now, who was so unique in her choice of both choreography and costume in this short program, which was brilliantly done. This time, she will skate to Palmeiras on La Nieve. What a brilliant example of a difficult exit to conclude the final layback spin. This is brilliant, and Julija Lovrencic appeared to tap into some extra reserves of energy for that resounding finish. A skater who has showcased huge improvement in the off-season leading up to this event. In the short program, unique and a little bit daring and innovative. This free skate a little bit more conventional in its approach. And she heads towards a cuddle from Spela Lovrencic. I'm not quite sure if that is his sister. Spela Lovrencic was a competitive skater herself as a junior. As we see the opening movement into the triple flip, and admirable here insofar as I saw that Julija struggled with that flip in warm-up but delivered it when it mattered. The triple loops, unlike the short program, had a little bit of rotation done on the ice, unfortunately. Well, the technical panel have just deemed it as a quarter rotation short, as we see the unfortunate fall at the end of the three-jump combination. And great length on that drop three-turn takeoff into the triple toe, double toe, repeated with length again there. That criteria for a positive grade of execution, judges want very good height and very good length in the jumping passes. As we see good speed and a well-centered layback spin. Dynamism into the back bend finish. I need to find out if it is indeed Julija's family member. I assume Spela Lovrencic, the coach, is just such, and therefore doubly invested as they shape hearts in the kiss and cry. So satisfaction insofar as 92.74 score for Julija is a new personal best. Good job articulated from coach to student. She could have been mistaken for assuming the following skater was from the host nation, such was the support. But Karina Innos obviously has a fan base here in Riga as she takes to her start position to skate to the music The Fire Within by Jennifer Thomas. A beautiful Bowman spin to finish the program for Karina Innos. And you can see the exhaustion at the end of the program. Totally understandable, and as the program continued, of the 11 elements, more are under review in the latter stages of the program, and I think fatigue had a big impact upon the quality delivered by Karina, understandably. And that's so frustrating for the skater when they aren't able to replicate what they can do in individual elements within the context of the 3.5 minutes of exhausting free skate. Near storytelling made with the arms at the beginning of the program, choreography by Lotta Malonen, as we see the single axel into the triple toe loop. The axel was not Karina's friend today, neither of those were successful, but wondrous elevation, good landing position, making that a very positive grade of execution on the flip. And here, triple lutz, double toe. And as we see the difficult entrance into the flying camel, the second lutz, whereby the coach ringside is giving as much as she can to support her student as she sees fatigue set in and scrambles to make the second triple salchow in combination. Sorry, the first of the salchows. And as the coach and skater take their photo in the kiss and cry, we can look forward to seeing Karina compete again. She will compete on the 6th stop of the Junior Grand Prix Series in Ljubljana in Slovenia. And she, in another tightly run domestic event, she comes to this competition having finished 6th in the Finnish Federation's Junior Grand Prix selection competition behind Annika Pellonmaa, who we have seen already, thus indicating that not just is there a depth of talent in Finland, but also it's a closely contested event. And last year at Junior World Championships, Ida Karinen from Finland placed just off the podium, therefore facilitating more spots at next year's Junior Worlds. And I'm sure Karina and her coach will be very eager to showcase the results to justify her inclusion on that team. At present, we don't have an International Skating Union seasons or personal best assigned to Karina, but she did get a 70-point score in the free skate at the selection competition I referenced not long ago. Will be higher than that. And it needs to be at least 90 points if she's to move into the top 3 places at this. 3, a nod of approval from coach. 7th place on the free skate, but 4th overall. And Karina just mentally assessing the consequences of perhaps some of the mistakes towards the latter stage. But she should walk away from this event proud. And we look forward to seeing her in Slovenia in 5 weeks' time. As we head to Annika Chao, the 14-year-old. Who too shall also need a new personal best if she is to usurp the current leader Brandenburg. She skates to I Surrender by Celine Dion. 14-year-old Annika Chao from the United States of America. And I referenced Zsofia Szeplaki, the Hungarian skater, appearing to be one of the most trained skaters coming into the event. Annika Chao's energy towards the latter stages of the program indicate that she too is very well trained in her stamina for this competition. She and her coach said that they learned a lot from the experience of competing at the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok last year. And Chris Pottinger looks satisfied as they share a smile and a cuddle ringside. A completely different stylization from the dog days that over the Florence and the machine of her short program for this Celine Dion. Triple Lutz, the opening jump, followed up by triple toe, and Annika does tend to get dinged a little bit with the rotations, and that one, the triple loop, a little bit more obvious. Fortunately though, for Annika, it's just gone in the system as a quarter rotation short, so it will only be a negative grade of execution. The triple salto, much more rotation there as we see this epic camel up outside edge feature. But when the jump has more rotation, sometimes that can cause the landing edge to be too tight to force a positive grade of execution. So it's a very fine balancing point for the skaters. Draw back and flow out as we see triple flip into double axel, and there the premature touchdown of the left foot will force that to be in the minus grade of execution. Here late on the program, triple flip, you could hear, I think, Coach Chris encouraging his student with applause to motivate that extra little bit of commitment, conscious of the points towards the latter stage of the program, both in the tech score and in the components. And Annika assigned to the Junior Grand Prix in Poland in Gdansk, week 5 of the Junior Grand Prix series, so she will have the opportunity to return back to their training base in Anaheim, California. And indeed, Annika and her whole family 5 years ago moved to California to continue her skating dreams, and the whole family, I'm sure, passionately caring for Annika to continue successfully representing the United States of America. She's done well to achieve 2 spots, just 7 spots on the Junior Grand Prix this year for American women. That based upon Junior Worlds results last season. And there were an amazing 8 of the 11 elements under review by the technical panel following that performance for Annika. All gone into the system, but a quarter or a Q mark will be revealed to Annika when she sees the results after the event, just giving feedback on the rotation, which they'll be very conscious of as they see a new personal best, just less than a point better than that of Bangkok last year, but 105.72 for Annika Chao. It's more, and that's no bad thing at all, and we look forward to seeing that hopefully in Gdansk in a few weeks' time. Oh, hopefully. A little correction there. May not see Annika on the Junior Grand Prix again, that's my mistake. As we look ahead now to the next skater, Sophia Shifrin, a 15-year-old lying in 8th place after the short program. Close to podium last year in both the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok and in Yerevan. And she skates to That Certain and Goodnight Moon. Israel's Sophia Shifrin looks disappointed with the performance. Stood up on 5 triples, capable of a 7 triple free skate. We've seen that from her in the past. Not as she would have wanted, nor at her best here, but still so many aspects within her skating that are very elegant to watch. A relatively introverted performer, which suited some of the earlier selection of the music. So sad to see the understandable upset for Sophia, as we see such elegance and refinement in her movement at the start of the program. Triple lutz, triple toe loop. And that too has had some rotational issues as we see the entry into the triple flip. Lovely back 3 turn it into the spiral, into a forward inside bracket as a transitional exit. And they're twizzling out of the triple loop, indication that the team are mindful of the need to push the composition component as well. Double axel Euler triple salchow was good, but here too much fatigue setting in. There was one popped triple lutz just before that fall in the triple loop, and that will be the leaving jump elements in the brain space of the judges, which will not just affect the tech score, but of course have an impact upon the components. But Sophia has composed herself as she's taken her place beside Julija Lovrencic in the kiss and cry. Another skater definitely scheduled, unlike the mistake I made earlier. This skater scheduled to compete in Poland at the Junior Grand Prix in a few weeks' time. And it's 95.69, fourth on the free skate for Sophia Shifrin. It was so aspiring and capable, certainly, of moving up after the short program. She finds herself slipping down the slidings a little bit as Anastasia Brandenburg continues to accelerate up the rankings. And now to a skater who was quite brilliant in the short program. She skated to the matrix and showcased some brilliance. Now a stark contrast to the Phantom of the Opera. Wow. And what makes the performance by this 13-year-old Anna Gerke from Germany all the more amazing is the warm-up that preceded this free skate. Not comfortable at all. We saw her popping jump, so bailing out on the rotation. We saw her falling. And at just 13 years of age, showing such mental tenacity and toughness to then step off the ice after warm-up and return later with an incredible delivery. The mistake on the Salchow, the only big error. And I sense that we have a little star in the making being showcased this stop on the Junior Grand Prix. Coach Martina and choreographer Victoria greet her off the ice, and they will be so proud of the way in which she has conducted herself here. And the opening testament not just to her conviction on landing jumps that she struggled with in warm-up, but also to her presentation too. Here, the triple lutz. Good left back outside edge and full rotation, soft knee and ankle, clean leg extension. And the sense of self-doubt. But the fight seemed to increase with every jumping pass. Triple loop Euler, triple Salchow, over 10.5 points, and that big combination. Wonderful stuff. We acknowledged in the short program that she has had Martina Dijk for the majority of her entire skating education and career. And Martina, praise for praise is due. Martina acknowledging Victoria Lopesova, who has been brought in to work on the choreography, and impressive to see such an all-rounded skater. Love Dortmund, maybe? I don't know, DT, maybe. I don't know what the sign is, but love hearts being made as they shape hearts in the kiss and cry. And a little sigh probably of exhaustion from Coach Martina, who will have had to hold in so much anxiety following that warm-up. 106.07. Second place in the free skate. But elation to see that the strength of that brilliant matrix short program maintains the lead for Anna. And celebrations so deserved for a brilliant debut on the Junior Grand Prix. To conclude, a really exciting event thus far as we look ahead to the next ice resurface and a chance to catch up on some further videos before the final group in this women's free skate. And during this ice resurface, we're treated to a chance to look back at the Donovan Carrillo video footage, an amazing skater tracing the path for others, before we look back at the backstage fun from the Junior Grand Prix in Istanbul. And when we return, the medals will be decided amongst the women.
The first years of my sports career in figure skating, I started in Mexico when I was 8 years old. In 2023, during the summer, I have the opportunity to move to Canada and to grow as an athlete. Hello everyone, I'm Donovan Carrillo, Mexican figure skater. This morning I picked some eggs and tomato with potatoes.
So the schedule for today, so after breakfast we have a practice at 11:40, and then after that we'll probably just do like a quick cool down of a rink and a Donovan can stretch.
I came downstairs to have breakfast, but I forgot my key inside my room. This happens very often, honestly. It's like a routine, basically. Hi again, can you help me with one room key? I forgot mine inside.
I'm usually, honestly, when we travel together to competitions, I sometimes feel like the parent organizing him and keeping him on track, keeping him organized. He likes to lose stuff all the time and forget things, lose his hotel keys. It's very, very standard for him.
At Four Continents in Shanghai, I had 7 keys. 7 room keys, because I always have to ask for another one. So now it's just time to wait for the coach to come downstairs, meet us, and then go to the rink. The first few years of my skating in Mexico were challenging. It was always finding the way to make things work, even when the environment was not ideal. I had to skate with public session every day, and the ice conditions were not that great.
My first thoughts when I first was in contact with Donovan about being his head coach, there was a lot of mixed feelings. It was very exciting because we both knew what a great athlete he is and how much potential he has in the sport, but we also knew that he had an ankle surgery and it was not going to be simple.
Last year, I went to one of the hardest points in my sports career. I did a surgery on my right ankle, and this was tough. I was so afraid of surgery. I avoided to do it for so many years. When I first had the surgery, it was, of course, hard. Skating, it's a routine in my life. It was something that I do more than probably sleep. My training and my life is built for skating. And when I didn't have that, it was like, what do I do with my life now? I'm just grateful now for being here, competing at world level, and achieving more than I could never imagine.
This week I got to meet Donovan's family, his mom, dad, and oldest sister. They don't really speak a lot of English, and I speak zero Spanish, so it's a little bit complicated. It was really special for me. I feel like in some ways when Donovan moved to Toronto, I almost took on the parental role. I think every coach aspires to have, that meaningful connections.
Muy feliz, muy contento, orgulloso del desempeño que tiene y lo más importante, que siga amando a su nación, a México. Gracias, Jonathan. Gracias, Donovan.
It was very special. I felt just such a huge sense of gratitude and respect and happiness from them.
It's been a long process, but I think everything settled down when it counted the most.
I'm just so incredibly proud of you. I think what we've achieved together is incredible. I think coming back from a surgery for any athlete is almost impossible.
For young skaters in my country, sometimes we're just afraid of trying, and I want to invite you to try. And I'm pretty sure that many people are lost and they don't find their passions because they don't try. I want to invite you to try. It doesn't matter. Just have fun and give it a chance.
This is Mark right here, Mark already. Welcome back to the second JGP in Istanbul. Look at this. Nice.
always want to make sure we have our team here to cheer them on.
The following skaters came out take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Italy, Sarina Joos. From Canada, Ekaterine Iazadzhi. From Estonia, Elina Goidina. From Republic of Korea, Nayeon Ko. From Japan, Ikura Kushida. From Japan, Milana Siniavskyte.
Welcome back to the Volvo Sports Centre for the final group of 6 women competing in the free skate. And this the first stop of the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix Series. Sarina Joos on your screen will open this group. And all of the 6 competitors have had a practice earlier today, and then opportunity to try to rest and relax as they endeavour to curtail and sustain their energies to deliver at this time of night. Almost 9 p.m. in Riga now. And not often the case, generally, that most of the skaters would have opportunity to train at this time of night. Various different nations obviously have different training times, but generally the ice hockey community govern the later slots on the ice rink timetable. We'd just like to acknowledge that the brilliant Ted Barton resting his voice a little. TAC, as affectionately named yesterday, Team Ted and Mark haven't split up, as somebody suggested online. Do not worry, Ted Barton will be back, but in an effort to conserve his vocal cords for the remainder of the events tomorrow, he's taking a chance to watch from ringside. An opportunity for us as we watch this 6-minute warm-up to just connect again with some of the questions posed to the International Skating Union on their social media channel on Instagram. And one of which comes from Ice Skate Lexi. And she says, what determines how many skaters each country can send to a Junior Grand Prix event? And that is dictated largely by the Junior World Championships, and that in turn offers me opportunity to apologise for some mistakes I made in the previous group in regards to the participation of American women this season. Less spots, 7 spots assigned for American women this season. And yet, when we look at the entry lists at each of the Junior Grand Prix, the substitute entry list for the American women is almost seemingly endless, such as the depth of the field. So many women competing for those coveted spots. For the likes of Mao Shimada on your screen now, who's just done a lovely triple axel, Japan can boast the most based on the success that she had winning that Junior World title earlier on in this year. Other questions coming in from @Clementine_June. How to get the gold medal? Ultimately, points are prizes, and the skaters with the most points will find themselves first, second, and third. Points from the short program tallied together with the points scored and achieved after the 3.5 minute long free skate performed today. And the points are a combination of a technical element score based on the jumps, spins, and choreo sequence delivered by the skaters, and their program component scores. Those program component scores given in 3 different categories: 1 composition, 1 presentation, and 1 fundamental skating skills. And jumps of that kind of quality from the Estonian skater will guarantee a good tech score. In terms of the program components, the judges are looking at, for the composition, an intentional developed arrangement of all types of movements into a meaningful whole. When it comes to them assigning big presentation scores, their clear criteria involvement based on the skater's understanding of the music. And then I think many will believe the most important of the 3 components will be that of the skating skills, and that's the ability of the skater to execute a skating repertoire of steps and turns and skating movements with blade and body control. And for those new to the sport, you may want to look on YouTube at examples of the best. And yesterday we mentioned the likes of Patrick Chan, who had such commanding skating skills, a 3-time world champion from Canada. And now in regards to the composition and presentation components, some of the best hail from Jason Brown, one of few skaters to achieve maximum 10 points from some of the judges on the panel at the World Championships in Montreal. Such a rarity to see maximum 10 out of 10 points awarded. And we will be treated to hearing from Jason Brown as he joins the commentary team briefly next week whilst we move to the Czech Republic for the event in Ostrava. We'll be able to hopefully ask Jason some questions as to what has helped to create and constitute such amazing presentation and composition. Some of that governed and dictated for the skater by the choreographer, as we see Mal Shimada rotating a double toe loop with her arms extended to the side, presumably a training technique that her team used to help her assume faster rotation for the quadruple toe loop that we expect she will be attempting. As we see some brilliant examples of off-ice rotation being delivered in this media room right now by members of the ISU. So Sarina Joos opened the short program. She was the very first skater to compete. Now she opens the final group here in this group of top 6 women based on the quality of her short program. But that said, Sarina will be eyeing moving up. She's capable, certainly, of a medal. Will she be able to deliver sufficient quality over the next 3.5 minutes? And they crown the music, and the crown plays seemingly on top of her head with her hand movement at the end of the performance for Sarina Joos. And this skater struggled a little bit here. It was far from optimal. Ted, who watched warm-up, explained that the warm-up was a little bit challenging, a little bit tight for Sarina, and she didn't have the luxury of time off the ice after that to regroup. However, this skater is so busy juggling the scholastics as well. And there, the crown placed on her head. And that plays into the composition component score as we see that bail on the opening triple flip. And you're still tight at this point with the double axel. Salvaged a little bit with the Euler triple salcho. Second triple flip, that goes in though as a repeat because it was not in combination, so only 70% of the value, and consequences for the technical element score for Sarina. Spins, quite brilliant. The layback spin to conclude the program. The speed centering, so impressive. As to is the Bielmann spin position, whereby the back of her head almost touching her bottom. Such range of flexibility. As coach Sindra joins her in the kiss and cry. Now, Sarina competed at World Senior Championships last year in Montreal, and so then that consequently makes us aware that her season didn't end till late March, and therefore Sarina's off-season perhaps shorter than any other person in the competition. We've seen other skaters who are at Junior World Championships, which is a little bit earlier in March, and then I know Sarina, obviously in discussion with her, is an incredibly intelligent and academic skater, so she'll have had to then resume perhaps exam commitments. So the fact that she is then competing in the first Junior Grand Prix of the year shows how well she manages to juggle her schedule. But she said to me that she acknowledges that time with family and friends are important to her when skating and school get intense, and I'm sure she'll be eager to return to see her sister Noemi, who also skates and who will also be on the Junior Grand Prix this season, for the support, warmth and comfort they share competing on this journey together. A difficult 89.4 and a 7th place on the free skate for a skater who has had 30 points higher in the past. We wish her all the very best as her season continues, and hope that it will go on to be even better than that which she enjoyed last season. And now the Canadians supporting. It's the first time that we've started to hear some of that support that we've so enjoyed in previous years in the Junior Grand Prix from the North Americans, as Lulu Lin takes to her start position for a very different approach to the free skate from her short program, skating to Love Before Time. Lululin from Canada. She was 6th in the free skate at the Junior World Championships, 10th overall last season. And she made some clear goals about her desire to connect more with the judges, and that evident here. So the components improved as the winners of the pairs event. Silver medalist for the pairs event. Cheer her on. And Lulu didn't include a triple, but she has rescheduled. I wasn't sure whether or not that was a mistake. Perhaps she assumed something had gone on with the music. But here we see triple loops cleanly done with double toe loop and some wondrous arm movements on the landing position. But the planned program content has changed since last year's Junior World Championships, whereby a triple loops and triple flip, as we see that Salchow, are positioned at the end of the program to secure a little bit more base value. So that a mindful attempt as we see some of those easier triples earlier in the program to keep pushing the ante. And we referenced the comparison with the previous skater Sarina Joos, who competed right up to senior championships. Lululin has done well to ready herself for this first Junior Grand Prix and looking so well prepared, presumably having enjoyed a strong off-season. She one of the skaters who's recently relocated to train in the same location as that of the Maple Leaf ice hockey team. Fascinating to have a little insight into the analysis from Paul, who's continuing to assess how this can be further developed. Now, she had 116 points, 0.59 at the Junior World Championships, and that's the personal best for Lululin. She would need only 102 to stay ahead of everybody else thus far, so and comically appreciative acknowledgement of 108.77, but a greater nod of acknowledgement to see that Lululin leads all the other skaters, and by quite some margin at this stage. And now resounding support in the Valborg Sports Centre for Elina Goidina. She skated to music from The Fifth Element brilliantly in the short program. Now to music by Hans Zimmer from the Angels and Demons soundtrack. Oh, and a young skater like this Elina Goidina skates with such professionalism. It's nice to see a reaction like that, which showcases the emotions that she's suppressed in delivering that expression at the conclusion of that free skate. Just an incredible array of transitional content throughout the program, interspersing so many clean jumping passes. And the only mistake, the triple loop, the second element of the 11, seemed to fuel increased aggression almost in making sure everything else was delivered cleanly. And I mentioned in the short program, as Elina accepts a handshake from her coach, that she had a fracture last August, so therefore missed the Junior Grand Prix, managed to get ready just in time to compete at World Juniors. She was 5th in the short program there, but obviously not physically ready, recovered from the injury enough to maintain that, and dropped outside of the top 10 here. Apart from that little mistake, which she disguised well on the triple loop, Elina Goidina has now ensured that her quality is consistent throughout the 3.5 minutes of a more difficult free skate. Just in a nitpick, slightly tight on some of the jump landings. And that really a difference that we would see between the juniors and the seniors. The seniors will be able to demonstrate greater glide and flow on the right back outside edge of their jump landings. And that the finish position, most fashionable this season, but demonstrated brilliantly by Elina. She shapes hearts. Hopefully online she will be praised and revered for the quality that she has showcased here. She has to be. So it was 109 points at the World Junior Championships for Elina almost 6 months ago, 5.5 months ago or so. I think we're going to see a skater. I was hoping, elated with a new ISU personal best, 120.18. And a technical element score of 65, just 7 points short of the minimum technical element score required to compete at Junior Worlds in one program. That the total score over 2 programs. So, brilliant performance by the 14-year-old. And now to the top 3 skaters after this short program. Nayeon Ko. Will she be aware of the pressure applied to her bronze medal position after the first segment of competition by the Estonian? Skating to Je me souviens de nous. It was wonderful to see the ever-increasing smile on the face of Nayeon Ko, the Korean 15-year-old, who had perhaps some demons from her past Junior Grand Prix experience. Last year she competed in the Armenian Cup in Yerevan, and she had 3 falls in her free skate at that event. I wonder if that was playing on her mind at all, but certainly complete redemption as she's delivered here. There's not the refinement as there was perhaps from Elina Goidina in terms of free leg extension, but that does not matter right now because there is joy. Opening with triple lutz, triple toe. And the score just dropping a little bit when the under rotations are added upon review. And they're the only majorly visible mistake. Triple loop, an issue for the Estonian skater and also here, but lovely outside spread eagle as transitional content. Following that, good flowing running edge on the landing of the flip. And the smile greets the second triple lutz. And actually, interesting to acknowledge there was more running edge on the landings for Nayeon Ko, perhaps than Elina Goidina. Very different in their approach. Arguably, therefore, with that extra increased running edge, there's better skating skills component score from the judges for Nayeon Ko. But from a composition perspective, the complexity of Elina's will receive a higher score in that regard. Here joined by coach Bitna Park. And eager to see whether or not the success of the short program in a 3rd place will be maintained. She will need 118.20. Now, I'm not sure the scores that Nayeon Ko achieved at the Korean Junior Grand Prix selection competitions, but certainly internationally at ISU championships, all she can bank upon as a previous personal best is the 82.75 from the Junior Grand Prix in Yerevan. It will, of course, be much better than that. And it's 112.82. And Nayeon Ko, 3rd in the free skate, 2nd overall. We'll see that a medal now, much less likely, but still so much to celebrate with what she's achieved in Riga with both performances. Now to one of my favourite performances of this short program, for sure. Wondrous yesterday for Ikura Kushida. And she will skate to the same music, I believe, from last season, music from The Little Prince. Ikura Kushida from Japan completes a very challenging free skate for this brilliant artist. I think I will remember the short program that she delivered yesterday, above perhaps many, if not all, of the pieces of choreography. And this, The Little Prince, the free program that she used last year, appears to be even better in terms of the program component scores, but it's blatantly obvious that the technical element score here will be a bitter number to have to accept. She doesn't have as streamlined a jump takeoff in each of the jumps, and I don't know if any can rival though some of the artistic sensibility that she has, the refinement in the way in which she's held her fingers, and now the way in which she expresses. It's just so much sensitivity. Here, where things started to look suspect, the opening triple lutz. This was followed up with triple salchow, which was okay. And then back spiral into the place where things really started to see her drift further and further from the potential to be on the podium. See no running edge at all on the double loop at the end of the 3-jump combo, and a mistake in the relatively simple double axel. Such a shame, because this is a skater that brings so much, and I would have loved to see her contend for a Junior Grand Prix final spot. We'll see. I'm not sure if she's assigned another Junior Grand Prix, but certainly the result here will make it difficult to achieve that. But a real brilliant advert in terms of the presentation component score, which she committed to despite the mistakes, as she tries to consider the ramifications of the mistakes made. There will be a mandatory 2-point deduction for falls. I think the component score should still be better despite the mistakes of those that have competed, but the tech score still will be tough. If she is to cling on to a medal, she would need 110 points. But she's taking a brave face as she awaits her score. This is a 7th place for Ikura Kushida in the free skate. 4th place overall. We have to assume that the junior world champion will drop that down one further number. But skating fans will really appreciate what Ikura Kushida has to offer, and we wish her all the very best for the rest of her training as we excitedly wait to see the Little Prince again. As we move to the final competitor on day 2 at the Junior Grand Prix in Riga, she needs little introduction. 2-time Junior World Champion Mao Shimada. Mao Shimada skating to the music, Maru Kara Mieru. A program choreographed by the brilliant Laurie Nickel. A Japanese song, Cherishing the Four Seasons of Japan, is the theme and concept behind this piece. And we, here in this venue this week, both now following the performance and in practice, have acknowledged what respect we have for Mao Shimada, continuing and somewhat kept in the junior ranks, but continue to be pushed and managing to deliver yet again another winning performance. She didn't need the triple axel or the quad toe, but such is the strategy to maintain that technical element score, continuing to be pushed, not to play safe. As we have a look at that opening triple axel, which was good in warm-up. Haven't seen the quad toe. I haven't seen the quad toe in practice. I admire the fact that it's still included. I admire the fact that despite rotation issues and falls that we've seen, she still wants to include it. And I gather that she's working on quad lutz as well. Here with the triple salto, triple toe, we see that beautiful landing position. And this an example of what will constitute greater grade of execution. More running edge than any that we have seen thus far. And quite possibly the best spins in the world at either junior or senior level. And there, her trademark, her ability to increase the speed from any skating spectator or novice to the sport. So Mao Shimada for sure will be the winner, but how does her score on this first Junior Grand Prix event compare to that which we've seen from her in the past? 152, her personal best from Junior World title, the first of her 2 Junior World titles. It's 133. I suspect we will see those components as well as the technical element score continue to improve and develop. 7.64 the skating skills out of 10. She leads by 22 points as we see a shift in the rankings with Elina Goidina from Estonia moving up to take the silver medal. As we see coaches Murmato and Hamada analysing the performance of the expected and worthy champion Mao Shimada. And their confirmation of some of the other results. Brilliance from the new German star Anna Gerg, finishing in 6th place. Brilliant result for her and the German Figure Skating Federation. And there the standings a little bit lower down. That concludes the competition on day 2 of competition at the Junior Grand Prix in Riga at the Volvo Sports Centre. Shortly we'll be treated to seeing the medals be awarded for both Mao Shimada on the women's event and the winners of the pairs event alongside the silver and bronze medalists. And be sure to join us tomorrow for the final day of competition, where the medals will be assigned in the ice dance and in the men's event. I'm Mark Henretti, and we look forward to sharing more great skating with you tomorrow alongside Ted Barton on the final day of competition.
Please welcome the Honorary President of the Latvian Skating Association, Annika Pellonmaa. She will work with flowers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand up for the national anthem of the women.
while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I felt. Since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like